from Minute Maid Park in Houston, Texas, Root Sports brings you Houston Astros baseball. Tonight, the Astros open a 7-game homestand. It's the first of 3 against the Chicago White Sox. Good evening, everybody. Bill Brown along with Jeff Blum. Alan Ashby has the series off. Julia Morales also off. Bart Ennis joins us a little later to see the Astros, now with the best record in the American League, begin this 7-game homestand. It's been fun to watch so far, Jeff.
It has been fun to watch. They kind of sputtered a little bit on that road trip, but I don't think it's anything to panic about.
The 2 starting pitchers tonight, combined ages are 44 years and 44 days. Here's Lance McCullers.
He's doing a great job. He'll be making his 3rd start tonight against the Chicago White Sox, but he did a great job that last outing against a strong right-handed batting order in the Detroit Tigers. He's held them down. He's got 11 Ks in those 2 starts. Fastball, slider mix, occasional changeup, but that overpowering fastball is going to be key tonight.
And the lefty who was drafted only last year, Carlos Rodon, for the White Sox.
Yeah, 3rd pick overall in that 2014 draft. Kind of shot up into the major leagues. They thought he was going to be coming out of the bullpen. They're trying to hold down on his innings. He'll be making his 4th start tonight. Features a fastball, slider, changeup. Throws that fastball about 94 miles an hour, but hitters are hitting 380 off it.
Coming up, home invasion. The best road team in the major leagues is more than happy to be home in Houston for more reasons than one. Bart Ennis tells how the Astros are helping their city and helping themselves to some home cooking when we return.
Fans of Minute Maid, and you know they're asking you to come out during this homestand and take part in a food drive. The Astros and the Astros Foundation gathering food items out here from all the fans that come in. So when you come out, bring non-perishable items or canned foods. They'll also take cash donations to the Houston Food Bank. You'll also be able to buy raffle tickets to hopefully win some autographed memorabilia and whatnot. But every time we have these natural disasters in our area, like the flooding we've seen in recent days, we are reminded of the great work the Houston Food Bank does, and the Astros want to help out. So come on out and support the food drive as well. Also, bring your loud voices. The fans, the team wants to hear you out here. They love it when they have big crowds and a lot of energy in this ballpark. And after, the first 15 games or so, 17 games, they've played a lot better. Take a look at the records. Astros were a game under 500 during those first 17 games, but after that, they started to pick things up. In fact, in their last homestand, things got much better. They went 7-2 in that 9-game homestand recently. That's their best winning percentage of a 9-game homestand since April of 2006. They are now 15-10 at home. They, of course, already have 30 wins, and they have a 6-game lead in the division. And they say it's because the crowds are getting bigger and louder, or at least that's part of it. They love the energy and know that schools are about to let out and the crowds are about to get a lot bigger. So it's going to be a great time to come out to the ballpark and be a part of what's going on with this Astros club. We'll be back with first pitch and starting lineups in just a moment.
Good.
Oh, geez, Joe West.
I know. Okay, really check. Time after time in 2015, the Houston Astros.
You got me? Loud and proud, ready to scream and shout.
Termination befitting a division leader. And almost 50 games into the season, it might be time to power past the doubts and get on board what might just be a magical playoff run. Tonight, Lance McCullers and Evan Gattis hope to keep the Astros Express moving full steam ahead. A wild ride at Minute Maid coming your way right now. And we check the standings in the American League West. The Astros are the best record in the American League at 130. They've lost 18. They have a 6-game lead over the Angels. The Mariners have pushed to within 6.5. The Rangers trail by 7, and the Athletics are in the cellar 13 games out. So a lofty position for the Astros with a .625 winning percentage. And that garners a lot of national publicity, including Sports Illustrated this week. A nice article by Joe Sheehan on the Houston Astros and the front page of Sports in USA Today. The Houston Astros pictured there with a game-winning hit from Jose Altuve, and a nice article there. The Astros find joy again. So, Jeff Blum, people are taking notice, and 48 games into the season, it has been a fun team to watch.
It has been. It's good to see that it's not just us out here blowing up the Astros, telling everybody how good they can be, the national media jumping on the bandwagon. These guys are getting noticed. They want to be noticed, and I think it's a great thing. And that article in USA Today was even better for me because some of the quotes coming out of that were fantastic because A.J. Hinch was saying the right things, but it was all about the team, and that's what you want to hear when a ball club's playing well like the Astros are.
So if you're in that clubhouse taking the field right now, are you feeling any kind of extra pressure because of this national attention?
There may be that target's getting a little bit bigger and bigger every day, and every time an article comes out in that national news, that target gets a little bit bigger, but it's a good target to have if you're the Houston Astros.
Well, the script has certainly been flipped as they take the field now behind young Lance McCullers Jr., 21 years old. He goes out after his second Major League win tonight. First of 3 games the Astros have with the Chicago White Sox, and here is their lineup. Robin Ventura goes with Adam Eaton leading it off in center field. He has Melky Cabrera in left field. Jose Abreu, the big slugger, at first base, bats third. The DH is power-hitting Adam LaRoche. See Ramirez at shortstop. Connor Gillespie at third base. J.B. Shuck, the former Astro, in right field. Tyler Flowers, the catcher. Carlos Sanchez is at second base.
Right-hander Lance McCullers making his 3rd start of the season. His 2nd start here at Minute Maid. First time out here at Minute Maid. Only lasted 4 2/3. I think he was a little excited to put on a performance in his debut here at home with the Houston fans around. I think he's going to settle down just like he did in Detroit. Pitching with a good fastball around 94 miles an hour. It's a curveball, but he calls it a breaking ball that he throws. His secondary pitch, that changeup he can throw in there also. But I'd look to see him continuing his winning ways, and right now he looks like a good man to have in that spot for the Astros rotation with Feldman going down. On defense for the Houston Astros behind the youngster, Preston Tucker out there left, Jake Marisnick back out in center field, George Springer in right. On the left side, Valbuena and VR, the killer V's. Jose Altuve and Chris Carter on the right side, and behind the plate, Hank Conger working with the young man, Lance McCullers.
And the word was disseminated today to the media that Scott Feldman will be missing to the Astros starting rotation with knee surgery. Cartilage damage to his right knee from his last start in Baltimore on a fielding play. And he is expected to be out between 4 and 6 weeks. So the Astros will be missing Feldman's services, but they have called up the young flamethrower from AA Corpus Christi, Michael Feliz. He just arrived before game time, began the year at High A Lancaster. He had only pitched 1 game at AA, so the quick ascent to the majors has landed Michael Feliz at Minute Maid Park tonight. He's in the bullpen as Adam Eaton gets it started. He had a leadoff homer in yesterday's doubleheader split against Baltimore. There's strike 1 with Joe West, the home plate umpire, ringing it up for Lance McCullers Jr. Eaton at .238 has 2 homers, 6 runs batted in, a feisty player. And the off-speed pitch goes outside. It's 1-1, and so we're seeing a different mix now with Lance settling in for his 3rd major league start. Jeff. Yeah,
I think he is definitely settling in. I was kind of interested to see that changeup. I'd like to see him go to it a little more often, to go with that heater.
1-2 to Eaton. 26 years old from Springfield, Ohio. He went to Miami University in Ohio. Drafted by Arizona in 2010. That one got him at breaking pitch. Yeah, Conger's down. Eaton was hit on the leg, and then it ricocheted over and got Conger. Sharp breaking pitch moving into the left-handed batter.
Turned into pinball right there. It's one thing to anticipate a pitch hitting you like Eaton, but it gets him right on the knee. And the poor Hank Conger.
What a way to start a game, huh?
You play once a week as it is, and then you get drilled on this 3rd, 4th pitch of the game.
And now right back to work. As Melky Cabrera comes up. Cabrera's on a 5-game hitting streak, former batting champion with the San Francisco Giants. Checking in at .250. He has 1 homer, 17 runs batted in, and he's hitting .301 against the righties. Double play depth for VR and Altuve. Showing bunt. Cabrera takes it, and it's ball 1 to Melky. White Sox signed him as a free agent over the winter months. Melky's 30 years old. Last year he hit .301 for Toronto with 16 bombs, driving in 73. And the throw goes over to first. Eaton has 1 stolen base in 3 attempts. White Sox are dead last in stealing bases with only 13 this season.
Team offense is waiting for the weather to heat up in Chicago so these guys can get going, because their numbers are ice cold.
That's lined over shortstop. Marisnick going for it, diving in left center field. Great play by Jake Marisnick, diving in left center for out number 1. And did he ever go horizontal on this one?
He is so good. His jumps are great. Just has that intuitive defensive mind. Allows him to get to these balls. And my initial thought was this ball was going to be in the gap and Adam Eaton was going to be off to the races. But Jake Marisnick with a great closing speed.
That could be such a big play here in the first inning. Now he's moving over again to left center field as the big slugger from Cuba, Jose Abreu, settles into the batter's box. Well, a play like that. The pitcher has just hit the first batter after getting ahead of him 1-2. That ball is laced into left center field. Looks like it could be the makings of a big inning, and now it's 1 out and a runner at first.
Ground ball gets you out of this mess.
8 homers for Abreu. He takes a strike, and he's their big hitter in this lineup now in the absence of Avisail Garcia, who's out with a right knee inflammation problem. Garcia's off to a tremendous start, but Abreu had big numbers last year, a .317 average, 36 homers. He drove in 107. He was Rookie of the Year, unanimous vote. Led the league in slugging percentage. And the throw goes over to first. So the idea here is to keep the double play in order because Abreu does not run well. Last in runs and so on down the line. Really a struggling club, as you've already indicated, Blummer.
Yeah, it's just crazy to me because U.S. Cellular is such a good ballpark to hit at. We've actually seen a history of some really good hitters going through Chicago and not producing as much as they thought they would. So I don't know if you can blame it on the ballpark, the weather. But these guys have also had some funky scheduling issues too coming into this series.
Yeah, they went from Toronto to Baltimore. They had a makeup doubleheader yesterday and the one day they spent in Baltimore. And now coming in here, although that doubleheader wasn't as long as some can be. 1 ball, 1 strike, but they split the 2 games with the Orioles, so they're 2-3 on this road trip. Foul by Abreu. Abreu hits the ball away really well, doesn't he, to right center field?
Sprays the ball extremely well. That's what led to him being Rookie of the Year, getting some MVP votes. But yeah, those guys that can spray, and in this day and age of the shifting, really don't see that infield shifting too much, so that gives you a pretty good idea that he is a guy that can spray the ball all over the place.
Excellent point. Altuve is still on the first base side of second instead of up the middle as he is on a lot of right-handed batters. In the dirt, Conger blocks it. Check swing call goes the White Sox way, and it's 2-2 on Abreu. Abreu signed a 6-year, $68 million deal as a free agent with the White Sox. The Astros were in the bidding with him when he signed in December of 2013 and then came up with that huge year last year. He was second in the American League in total bases. And he fouls it back. Colors made his debut here against Oakland. He got a no decision, giving up 1 run in 4 2/3 innings. And last time out at Detroit, beating the Tigers 3-2, holding them to 2 runs in 6 innings. And getting a triple play along the way.
That never hurts.
Line shot into left field. Abreu spanks one. And it's first and second, 1 out for the Sox. Adam LaRoche coming up.
That's that breaking ball, as Lance likes to call it. Kind of jumped out of his hand and sputtered out over the middle of the plate. And a good hitter like Abreu is going to be able to get the barrel on it. But when you're a guy like Lance McCullers, who pretty much pitches with 2 pitches, that fastball, breaking ball, the location has to be spot on to be effective.
The breaking stuff was not as effective in his debut here as it was last time out in Detroit. LaRoche, the 35-year-old slugger, has gone deep 5 times this season. The shift is on for him. He's driven in 20 this year.
A notorious slow starter.
And yet generally by the end of the season his numbers are fine.
It's amazing. Yeah, you can count on that.
Last year he delivered 26 homers for Washington and 92 runs batted in. That was his 9th time in the last 10 years he's hit at least 20. And now 248 career home runs for Adam LaRoche, who was drafted by Atlanta in 2000. Good looking pitch, and Joe West rings it up as strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike right there at the knees.
It's a great spot. And I think Lance has one of those fastballs that doesn't really have that sink or that downward angle to it, which makes it tough for hitters to try and square it up. much like Roy Oswalt, who he could keep his fastball on a similar plane the entire way to home.
That's a good comparison. He chased that off-speed pitch, and it's 1-2 because the previous pitch, that fastball, it just seemed to stay at about the same level the whole way in.
Well, and that's what the fastball that we're talking about. There's a good look at that changeup. That's that circle changeup, and those 3 fingers will be on top of that. He'll have it pushed way back in his hand, like Ash had been talking about. Takes a lot of the velocity off it. But when you say a pitcher has a fastball that rises, that's what they're talking about. It stays on the same plane. It just visually, as a hitter, it looks like it's taken off when it gets there.
Conger on ball 2 had to scramble out to his left. 2-2 now.
But I'm sure Strami really wants that changeup to work for Lance McCullers.
Well, and he's throwing it at least a couple of times here in the first inning to plant it in the hitters' minds.
It's a proud papa right there.
You know it. Swing, and that one is retained by Conger for a strikeout. He held the foul tip for out number 2.
And that's why you want that changeup to work, because you're living on that outside corner with the fastball and changeup, and then you want to put them away, you go to that breaking ball. It's a great look for everybody at home to see how he holds that, how it comes out of his hand. Kind of wiffle ballish the way that ball spun in there.
Sure was. 2 outs now, and it's Alexei Ramirez. Ramirez, a .237 hitter, has 2 homers. He's driven in 20. 2 for 21 recently, but this guy can explode. Very aggressive player. And he got the Silver Slugger Award in the American League as the top hitting shortstop last year. He takes a look at it. It's strike 1. He kind of flinched on that one.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting game for some of these hitters facing Rodon for the first time. These White Sox hitters seeing McCullers for the first time. It's one thing to see them on video. It's another thing to see it coming out of their hand.
That one almost got by Conger there. 1-1. Both these pitchers tonight average about 94 on their fastballs.
Should heat this dome up pretty quick.
Right there on the corner. It's a 1-2 count. Well, it's been an exciting time for the folks who work in the Astros farm system, watching the promotion of these youngsters to the big leagues this year. Lance McCullers was promoted briefly to AAA, but never pitched in a game there before getting word that he was going on up to the big leagues. And Phillies coming up today from AA. Foul ball, still 1-2.
And it's one thing for all of those scouts, all of those front office people who are doing the scouting and making sure these guys are in the right place at the right time. These guys are getting called up, which is great, but they're pitching for big league, a first place team, which is even better. So these guys are contributing right out of the chute. But I think that also goes back to what they're trying to do in the minor leagues is develop winning ball players.
Well, we've seen Preston Tucker come up and contribute immediately. Colors has done that. And he blasted by him for a strikeout of Ramirez, leaving 2 men stranded in the top of the first with a great play from Jake Marisnik, really saving the inning on Cabrera's line drive. White Sox nothing. Astros coming up. Southwest Airlines. AT HOU, who was drafted by the White Sox out of high school but did not sign, goes with right fielder George Springer and second baseman Jose Altuve, followed by left fielder Preston Tucker. The DH is Evan Gattis. Chris Carter plays first base. Luis Valbuena's at third, with Jonathan Villar at shortstop. Hank Conger, the catcher. Jake Marisnick in center field.
On the mound for the Chicago White Sox, left-hander Carlos Rodon, that third pick of that 2014 draft last year. He's made 3 appearances out of the bullpen, 3 starts on the season. Almost even in the strikeout to walk ratio.
George Springer leads it off. Goes for the first pitch, fouls it back. George set around the batting cage tonight. He loves leading off. Well, the results are good too. 4-game hitting streak for George coming into this one. A .230 batting average, 7 homers, 17 driven in. He hit .379 on the road trip. He takes that one 1-1. He said, "I'm just trying to get to first base."
Sometimes when you simplify it, you find success. And George is putting up numbers that prove he's enjoying that leadoff spot.
He goes for that high pitch. Rodon has given up 22 hits in 22 1/3 innings. He has a 1-2 count on Springer. As the leadoff man, George is 7 for 17. That one's up and in. 2-2. Rodon has been troubled by walks. He has 19 walks in 22 1/3 innings. Middle has been a problem. And that one's foul back, but George has hit the ball very well with a good contact approach as this leadoff hitter, at least with Altuve hitting second behind him. Short term, long term, we don't know, but it's working well in the short term, Jeff.
Yeah, it's a pretty unique talent to have at the top of the order, but I think what makes the move easier is his strike zone knowledge. He has a good idea what's a ball, what's a strike. And I'm okay with the aggressiveness.
Yeah. Punch out for Rodon.
Defensively for the White Sox here at Minute Maid Park. Out there in left field, Melky Cabrera, Adam Eaton in center, J.B. Shuck in right field. On the left side, Connor Gillespie at third base, Alexi Ramirez at shortstop. Carlos Sanchez will be playing second base. Jose Abreu, of course, at first base. Tyler Flowers behind home plate.
It's been a warm, sultry day outside. Air conditioning pumping as Jose Altuve bats. And that's ball one up to Altuve, a .299 hitter with 5 homers, 25 runs batted in. Jose's hitting .407 against lefties. 5th in the league in hits with 58. And it's a 1-ball, 1-strike count.
That's a good changeup from Rodon.
Yes. Rodon was the 3rd player drafted last June. He's from Miami, went to North Carolina State. The Astros were scouting him. Considered him with a shot on the ground into center field. Altuve's aboard with a 1-out single. The Astros drafted Brady Aiken with the 1st overall pick. Rodon went to the White Sox, pitched a few innings last year, and now he's in the big leagues.
Some interesting thoughts come along with that thought. But as you look at Altuve, this is a sign that the Astros want to see, is him putting the barrel on the ball like he can so consistently.
Altuve will measure his lead. Rodon will work to Preston Tucker. And the throw goes over. Altuve was about a step off the bag. Jose, the league leader in steals with 15. He's had 20 tries. 4 stolen bases against Rodon in the month of May. Tucker has had good swings against left-handed pitching as a big leaguer. When you see something like this, you realize that they must have made an emphatic point in the pregame meeting about throwing over to first on Altuve, because he doesn't even have a base-stealing lead yet.
Sometimes these young kids get up there and they're a little programmable. So they see a sign, they do what they're told. They don't want to do anything wrong, miss a sign, but
that's to center field, backing up Eaton. Altuve will go back to tag. It's a long throw for Eaton to second base. Altuve's going to go, and he is going to make it. Heady base running. Moving over on out number 2, realizing that was a long throw for Eaton, and the throw was not on target.
That's one way this center field can be used to your advantage here at Minute Maid, deep enough. You talked about it, Brownie. Tucker has excellent at-bats against left-handed pitching. Does a good job of keeping that front shoulder in. Just drove it to the wrong part of the ballpark, but luckily Altuve was aware enough to sneak into second base, get in scoring position.
For me, Jeff, base runners don't do what he just did often enough.
Because there is the fear of making an out.
But you must admit, if you tag and start towards second, you can always get back.
Yes.
Plenty of time to get back.
So true.
If he throws a good one. Now it's Evan Gattis. 4-game hitting streak for Gattis. 218, 10 homers, 30 runs batted in. He's been the power man lately. How's that one off? The catcher Flowers for strike 1.
He's bleeding on that. That got him good.
Did.
Look at that front shoulder on Preston Tucker. That, for me, is what makes him so good against left-handed hitters, and that's right in the sweet spot. Just a click under it. That's an old football injury right there, isn't it?
Looks like it. Yeah, he caught that one right on the bridge of the nose there. Is that Herm Schneider?
That is Herm Schneider. Because this foul ball went directly back into the mask. Now he's wearing a protective, they call it a skull cap, that helmet he's wearing. And turned around backwards like that, when you take a foul tip, it'll force the brim into the nose.
Okay.
Much like a football helmet. When those guys in the defensive line, offensive line are going at it, everybody's seen J.J. Watt with that bloody nose, but it'll come down and actually jab the top part of that nose a little bit, as opposed to the hockey masks they wear nowadays.
Not so sure on the replay that Gattis's bat didn't come around and hit him on the helmet as well. Couldn't really tell.
That would have been a double whammy on that.
Yeah. He's going to get some attention now to stop the bleeding.
A little bit of a stunner too.
Well, now both catchers have had an injury of sorts in the first inning of play. That's when you get to think it could be a long night.
I'm going to go down and get my gear on just in case up here.
Now you were the emergency catcher.
This is where I would be panicking the entire game right now if I was on that bench. That was not a good feeling.
Not when it happens in the first inning. You think I've got to catch a guy who's throwing 94 tonight,
yeah.
And I've never caught him?
My goodness, yeah. Give me that thumb protector.
Carter on deck with an 0-1 on Gattis, and the turn towards second. They are really paying attention to Altuve.
It's borderline hyper paranoia going on. Everybody in the league knows he's a threat, but Rodon is on top of it.
Well, people have certainly been scrutinizing the Astros. They know they lead the American League in steals with 42. Gattis looks at it. It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. 4-game hitting streak for Evan. He's 8 for his last 16. Wednesday at Baltimore, he was 3 for 4 with a double and a 2-run homer. He was a triple shy of the cycle and a home run to tie the game. There's a shot into left field. Altuve's being sent home by Gary Pettis. Here's the throw to the plate from Cabrera. It's there early, in the tag by Flowers gets him. We're out number 3. A single for Gattis, and it's no runs, 2 hits, and a man left for Houston. No score after 1.
for a birthday celebration alien style. Tomorrow, Orbit and his mascot friends will host a birthday brunch. And on Sunday, 10,000 fans will receive Orbit face glasses presented by the Smile Generation. For more information, go to astros.com/Orbit birthday or call 1-877-9-ASTROS. That'll be fun, guys. The entire ballpark will be like the bar scene from Star Wars.
I'm in.
All right, we look forward to it. Thank you, Bart. 3:10 start for tomorrow's game. The Astros will be facing 3 lefty starters from the Sox in this 3-game series. That's pretty unusual. Connor Gillespie, the first man up here in the 2nd inning. And the Sox third baseman takes a strike. At 240, Gillespie has 2 homers. He's driven in 10 runs. White Sox team dead last in runs scored in the American League with 167. It's a line shot and into center field. The Astros were shifted, but VR could not get over and make the play. They cleared him anyway. That's a leadoff single.
Take a look back at that last play to end the first inning. Gaddis has been driving in runs for a good month now. Doing a great job. You see Gary Pettis waving early. Didn't hesitate sending Altuve home. Out by quite a bit, but sometimes you got to force a defense to make a play on you. It's a little bit different being here at home with that short left field, but I wonder how much the lineup may have gone into the decision making for Gary Pettis with Chris Carter, high strikeout guy, and 2 outs in the inning, forced the issue.
J.B. Shuck, the batter. Astros drafted him. There's ball 1 to Shuck. He's been with the Angels. 294 with the White Sox this year. No homers, 5 runs batted in. And Shuck all along appeared to be a major league player as he progressed through the Astros system. Turned out to be somebody who's played perhaps more than many of us thought he would. He's 27 now. Fly ball to left field. Tucker back for it. And he was backing up to make that throw into second base. That's out number 1. Flowers will be next. Tyler Flowers, 29-year-old catcher from Roswell, Georgia. Came up with the Atlanta organization. He was drafted in 05, the year the White Sox and Astros played in the World Series. This season, a .206 batting average for him. Last year, he drove in 50 for the White Sox. McCullers deals, and there's strike 1. McCullers so far here in 2015 is the youngest pitcher to start a game in the majors. He gets a swing from Flowers, and the count goes to 0-2.
You kind of surprised me in the open when you threw out that number of the combined ages of the 2 starters in the game today.
We're talking about young pitchers, aren't we?
Wow. 44 years old, 44 days.
Yeah. Woo. Combined ages, Rodon and McCullers.
Kids with strong arms.
Bad. That's blocked by Conger. And a 1-ball, 2-strike count, and a difference in their backgrounds with McCullers being drafted after high school, supplemental pick after the first round in 2012, and Rodon after his 3rd year of college last year. McCullers from Tampa, to Jesuit High School there. And ironically, he was the 41st player drafted in 2012. His dad was the 41st player drafted in 1982. Struck him out looking. 3rd strikeout.
I think Joe West might be a fan of Lance McCullers. Giving him some good low strikes. See where this one ends up. Just a little bit off the edge. It's that 1999 strike zone right there. I remember that one. Good pitch nonetheless. You hit your spot, you're going to get the benefit of the doubt.
You sound like a guy who wants to get down in that box right now.
Not against this guy. I don't know if there's enough bats in the bat rack right now.
Carlos Sanchez, the switch hitting second baseman, is batting 9th. He looks at ball 1. Sanchez checking in at 163, has no homers, 2 runs batted in. He's had 43 at-bats with the White Sox this year. Yeah, McCullers is 21 years, 239 days. Rodon, 22 years, 170 days. Bouncer into right field. Gillespie will go to third. Here's Springer airing it out, and the throw is cut off by Villar. It's first and third, 2 outs on the single by Sanchez. Good low throw that could be cut.
Good fundamentals, but I was pretty surprised to see Gillespie trying to test George's arm.
Yeah.
George is a guy that plays a pretty athletic right field. He charges in on everything, which makes that arm that much better. But Villar maybe felt that ball was a little bit offline. You can see Valbuena felt the same way. So good job of cutting it off, but a good job of keeping it down so they could.
Exactly. Now it's Adam Eaton batting. He was hit by a pitch in the first. Way outside, ball 1. The combined ages you talked about of these two starting pitchers, the youngest combined ages as far as a major league matchup since August 30th, 2013, when the Marlins Jose Fernandez and the Braves Julio Teheran squared off. They were a combined 43 years and 245 days at that time. The young talent in Major League Baseball just continues to work its way to the surface. Fly ball outside the left field line. Tucker over for it, but it's back out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike. It's exciting to see all this young talent. Chris Bryant and Addison Russell with the Cubs. Noah Syndergaard, the young guy they call Thor with the Mets. Blake Swihart, the young catcher with Boston. McCullers, Rodon, and others making their major league debuts this year. 2 balls and a strike. Well, hopefully things are getting back to normalcy in a lot of areas of Houston after all the flooding. In for a strike, and it's 2-2.
That was not fun to watch on that last road trip, as all of the news channels broadcasting all the flooding that was going on in Oklahoma and Texas. That was brutal.
That'll be a helpless feeling when you guys are out there watching that footage.
Well, it's just for me, and you know this, brought back a lot of memories from 2008.
Exactly. He's hit by the pitch again. Second time Eaton has been drilled, and the bases are loaded now. So Conger goes out to talk it over with his young pitcher. He did not hit a batter in either of his first 2 major league starts. But Eaton's in there crowding the plate.
Those are the first 2 hit by pitches on the season for Adam Eaton. Might have been a little bit of a college try on that one, but he takes the hit by pitch.
His right elbow is going to be barking tomorrow morning, you'd think, anyway.
Yeah, pad or no pad.
Now Melky Cabrera, the batter. He hit that liner, and it was caught by a diving Jake Marisnick in left center field in the first inning. That breaks in for strike 1 on the Milkman. He came up with the Yankees. They signed him in 01. That's where he got that name. Cabrera's been a line drive machine through much of his career. 1 ball, 1 strike, 286 career hitter. And in 2012, when he won the batting championship with the Giants, he hit .346. But then was slapped with that 50-game suspension for using unapproved substances. Pitch off the plate takes the count to 2 balls and a strike. McCullers had terrific command in the last game against Detroit. He struggled some and walked 3 4 2/3 in his major league debut here against Oakland. This game is more tending in that direction so far. Fastball fouled away, and it's 2-2.
Well, from about 1,000 miles away, just watching Lance in that debut that he had here in Minute Maid, he just struck me as a guy who was just extremely excited to be in the big leagues. And you take an electric arm like he has, then you add the adrenaline to it. You're gonna miss your spot every now and then.
Very poised young man, though.
But you want to see him make the adjustments, and it looks like he is.
The breaking pitch got him a ground out to end the second. And the White Sox leave the bases loaded with no runs, 2 hits. No score. Presented by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. Nothing game. It's scoreless, but there's been action. White Sox have already stranded 5 through 2 innings while those folks are getting their snacks. And the Astros had a couple of base runners themselves in the first inning with a man thrown out at the plate. Chris Carter leads it off in the second. Goes for the first pitch and skies it foul. And out of play for the big first sacker. Abreu. Strike 1 on Carter, a 177 hitter with 7 homers, 24 runs batted in. Chris was drafted by the White Sox in the 15th round in 05. They traded him to Arizona after the 07 season. He had not played in the big leagues with the White Sox. Came to the majors with Oakland in 2010 first. Started his career 0 for 33. Rounds that one foul, no balls, 2 strikes. And last year, of course, belting 37 homers, ranking 2nd in the American League. Pitches per plate appearance, 4.3, among the highest in the majors this season. He takes it, it's a 1-2 count. Chad Bettis has a no-hitter for the Rockies against the Phillies in the 7th inning. I believe he's up against Mr. Cole Hamels tonight. We'll check that. Carter looks at that one, and it's a 2-2 count to Chris. He hit 21 homers in this ballpark last year.
Brownie, the swing and the power are inside this man.
Yep.
It's just a matter of putting that swing and that power on a baseball.
That's punched into right field. Broken bat single for Chris, and that's where it starts for him tonight with a good result, leading off the 2nd inning.
That is a great result. 2 strikes on Chris Carter, and he makes contact and ends up getting a hit out of it. See Rodon getting on the side of that pitch, and slider stayed up. That's why it kind of jammed Chris Carter a little bit. I know Rodon probably wanted that pitch down and in, back leg it, maybe get a swing over the top. But right through the bat path of Chris Carter.
You can hear the bat break on that replay.
Died a soldier.
That's Luis Valbuena. Bouncer up the middle, and there's one, and a double play turned by Sanchez. 4 unassisted, 4-3 rather, and that cleans it up for Rodon. That'll be VR batting. Rodon has had a walks and hits per innings pitch ratio of 1.84 to 1. And he's had a lot of traffic with the 22 hits and 19 walks, 41 base runners in 22 and a third innings. Well, that one helps him immeasurably, and now it's VR. 246, no homers, 5 runs batted in. Switch hitting shortstop, hitting .250 as a right-hand batter. He flares that one foul for strike 1.
Those numbers you threw up there on Rodon, that explains why he's averaging almost 20 pitches a inning.
Yes, he does. He was rated the Sox #1 prospect in their organization coming into this season. Pounds that one inside, but VR takes it for a ball.
Yeah, just 94 miles an hour out of a left-handed arm. It's going to get you noticed, get you that ranking.
Sure did. Broken bat roller to shortstop. Here's Alexi Ramirez throwing across his body. Magnificent play to end the Astros' second inning. No runs a hit, nobody left, no score.
"15 years ago today, Oakland A's second baseman Randy Velarde records what was then the 10th unassisted triple play in Major League history at Yankee Stadium. It's happened 4 more times since 2000, but none since 2009.
Art Howe had his infield at triple play depth there, Plummer.
It's good managing.
0-0 as Jose Abreu leads it off in the third inning. He singled to left earlier. Abreu takes it, and it's ball 1. One of the outstanding players who have come from Cuba and found success at the major league level. 2 balls, no strikes. There's a story today that one of the top young shortstops has left Cuba. And the exit continues from that country. Fastball ties him up, and it's a 2-ball, 1-strike count.
I think it's great to see these Cuban guys coming up here and playing. It's a shame that it's so tough for them to get into the States and be able to showcase their talents on a level like this.
Yes.
But at the same time, when they get here, they are special.
It's got to be difficult for major league organizations to project what a Cuban player might do at this level.
I agree. Really only seeing them in that international play every once in a while. Everybody's going to have a different view on what level that is.
Bouncer up the middle. Altuve's there. And the shifts continue to work for the Astros. That's out number 1.
It seems like more and more players you talk to, too, are recognizing that, because as a hitter, you're taught to go up the middle. You're trying to hit every pitch you get up the middle as hard as you possibly can. And if you're successful at doing that, it almost backfires because there's somebody standing there these days.
How many balls just like that one have you seen, or a lot hit harder than that one this year, turn into outs right up the middle?
A ton. I'm sure if we went down and asked George Springer what he thought of that, he'd say every ball he got out on was right up the middle, and he did a good job of hitting it.
Adam LaRoche with ball one. LaRoche has that uppercut swing. It's a classic uppercut. Produces a lot of majestic home runs, but good fastball upstairs can beat him. However, you can't be so one-dimensional about it, right? You got to set it up.
Yeah, and this guy's been around long enough and hit plenty of home runs where he might be setting some guys up in return.
Good point. Tops that one foul. It's 1-2.
I'd like to see that pitch a little bit further down in the zone, especially against a guy like LaRoche, where you're saying he does have that uppercut. If he connects on that, he could launch it.
One of those curve balls that hangs right there, those can go a long way. Two and two. What do you think would be the easiest major league pitch to hit for distance?
For me, it was a heater, because I needed those guys to supply the power.
Yeah.
You score up a good fastball, it's going to jump a long way. But it just seems like you were talking about that hanging breaking ball is almost like a slow pitch softball pitch. Kind of hangs out there on a tee, and guys can absolutely crush it.
And if they get a good enough look, as you said, if it comes in a little too high, that can really be a problem for the pitcher.
Again, if their hands are back in a good spot and they hold there to recognize that pitch and then unload on it, there can be a lot of fury behind those.
That's in for a strikeout looking. Fourth punch out for McCullers. But McCullers is a pretty compact delivery. He seems to disguise the ball fairly well from the hitter, Jeff.
I completely agree with you. He's got that long whippy arm, but you can see him reaching deep into center field as he reaches back. And when he comes through, that arm can buggy whip that baseball. Take a good look at that noise.
It does make a loud noise. Alexei Ramirez, another Cuban-born player, struck out earlier. He shoots this one high to left center field. Ramirez has hit it very well, and that ball kicks back into left field. Picked up by Tucker. He gave that a run for a homer, but fell just short of it, and it's a two-out double for Ramirez, his 11th.
Ball scalded. Fastball missed its spot right down the middle, and that's what good big league hitters are going to do with it. I don't care how hard you throw it. Luckily for Lance, it stayed in the ballpark.
A few feet short on lift, but nonetheless a well-hit ball. Hit number 4 for the Sox. Their first for extra bases. And it's Gillespie batting. He's single to center field. Haircut night.
I didn't know you could get your hair cut at the ballpark.
Yeah.
You get a discount for being on staff?
We haven't checked on that.
Say, if you do, I might be out there. Go out there and get my ears lowered real quick.
You're at the end of your meal money now.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, everybody's taught to multitask.
It's not a bad thing. Usually you're watching the game on TV. Here you get it in person.
It's a good view. Strike one to Gillespie. May 29th.
Hard to believe, isn't it?
It has happened quickly these first, 7 weeks of the season.
It has. The pace of the season changes when you're actually looking forward to the next day.
Foul away, no balls and 2 strikes. Well, there's been nothing but that for these fans and others this season. It's been quite a ride for the Astros with this 15-10 home record, 7 wins in the last 8. So they've warmed up after a slow start at home, and the fans have warmed up to them. I've seen people on their feet at the end of the recent wins. an enjoyable experience.
Shaping up to be a pretty interesting season. Astros are playing well, and Biggio's going into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
So, I mean, a pretty fun time to be around the ballpark and be affiliated with the Houston Astros.
You've got a lot of excitement lined up for the summer here. That's hit just foul. He stayed back long enough on the breaking pitch to flirt with a hit. Still 0-2 on Gillespie.
All right, Lance. Here we go. Come on.
That was just good old-fashioned dial 911 emergency hack right here.
There it is.
See that breaking ball, and you're not sure if it's going to be called a strike or not. Fire it out there, see what happens.
Sox have won 21. They've lost 25. They're in last place currently in the AL Central, 7 games off the lead. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and it seems that a lot of teams in this division had their high hopes. Chicago, managed by Robin Ventura, 6-time Gold Glove winner and a 2-time All-Star himself, stepping in, not having had managerial experience before. They were 73 and 89 last year. Swing and a miss. This one gets through the legs of Joe West and onto the backstop. Conger picks it up, throws, and it hits the runner. And now the White Sox are going to score as Alexi Ramirez comes home. And they get a run as Conger's throw hits the runner Gillespie on his way to first. He winds up at second. And so it's a strikeout. And yet they score a run for a 1-0 lead.
You know, it's a tough time for the Chicago White Sox. Again, a fastball misses badly. Conger unable. We've seen him reaching for some of these pitches, unable to snare it, has trouble getting the grip, and then just unleashed a slider, it looked like, to first base and hit the runner in the back. But it's such a tough time for the White Sox to score runs that they were actually high-fiving after that.
J.B. Shuck, the batter. There's a throw hitting Gillespie. Getting the official scoring ruling now. It's going to be an error on Conger. 2 errors on Conger. Was it a pass ball and then an error on the throw? No. Okay. So the run will be unearned.
And I will be going through some more whiteout.
Well, it's one of the tools of the trade, right?
I know. I'm beginning to figure that out because my scoring skills are not up to where they should be. Tough break for Lance.
Very tough break for Lance. Had a strikeout to end the inning, and Conger couldn't handle the pitch. It got through West's legs, and then his throw hit the runner. Gillespie winds up at second. And the runner has to be in that lane on the foul side of first base, but Joe West, the home plate umpire, ruled that he was, and he was hit by the throw. First baseman tries to cross over into foul territory to give the catcher a target. Didn't get a good look at where Carter was on that. There's a high shot up the right field line. That's hooking and going foul. Well hit ball by J.B. Shuck. Did you happen to see where Chris Carter was on that throw from Conger? Was he over?
He was on the outside of the bag.
Yeah.
Or foul territory.
Right. So he set up where he should have been, and the throw just didn't go to that spot.
Yeah, this was weird. That angle we saw from behind home plate, it almost looked like the ball kind of cut towards the runner.
Carter has it for the 3rd out. It's 1 run, 1 hit. An error and a man left, and it's 1-0 White Sox. And Springer against Carlos Rodon. We mentioned the White Sox are following him with 2 more lefties in this series. Tomorrow it's a 3:10 start. Lefty Jose Quintana going for Chicago against Dallas Keuchel for Houston. Dallas shooting for win number 7 of the year. Sunday at 1:10 start. Lefty John Danks from the state of Texas going against Roberto Hernandez. And the Baltimore Orioles come in for a 4-game series starting Monday night. 7-game homestand. Now it's Conger at 175, 2 homers, 4 runs batted in for the switch hitting catcher. Yankees hitting 167 from this side of the plate. He's 4 for 24. Marisnick on deck. That's strike 1 for Rodon. With his difficulties in throwing strikes this year, the Astros might be taking a few more pitches than they normally would. Hit to center field. Eaton coming in for it and spreading out. He gets there for the catch. Well, he went for it and gloved the drive by Conger for out number 1.
That ball was smoke, but it's so tough to make a play like this coming straight in. It's a great look at it. But again, another center fielder is making great reaction time out there in center field. Kind of plays that gritty blue collar baseball that the White Sox love.
He does. Well done by Eaton. Now Marisnick bats. 271 for Jake. His playing time has diminished last couple of weeks as his batting average has fallen. He has 3 homers, 16 runs batted in. But he is still a defensive factor. That one almost hit him. It's 2 balls, no strikes. So far this season, when Rodon is behind the hitter, he's thrown his fastball 84% of the time. In the air to right field. J.B. Shuck underneath. 2 outs.
Join the Astros at Minute Maid Park tomorrow as they take on the White Sox. 10,000 fans will receive a George Springer replica jersey presented by Houston Methodist. For more information, visit Astros.com or call 1-877-9-ASTROS. You're going to get one of those jerseys. You better get in the gym.
Yeah. Trying to fill it out.
This kid is jacked.
George struck out earlier. Looking at ball 1 here. Said he's lost a little weight since spring training.
Still strong.
There he is. It's 2 balls, no strikes. George has walked 16 times in his last 20 games to get that on-base average up. It was at 350 when the night began, 4 points better than Jose Altuve's on-base average. So these 2 guys at the top of the lineup, and then Tucker for his limited major league time at 393 with his on-base average. Very good table setters. Now 3-0 to George.
Good time to swing. Get it ready early.
And he takes a strike. 3-1. Well, a young lefty for the Red Sox, Eduardo Rodriguez, made quite a splash last night with his major league debut. Big strikeout game. He's 22. Little dribbler goes foul. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Strasburg has exited the Washington Nationals game tonight after 16 pitches.
That is not a good sign given his history of injury.
Yeah. No immediate indication of his problem. He's pitching against Cincinnati tonight.
That ERA for Strasburg might be leading to a little bit of that.
Well, and then he's had some back issues. He's been going to a chiropractor. Straight back.
George likes those pitches down. Good swing, and this is what he's doing at the top of the lineup too, is creating these long at bats. 3-2 count here. Fouls one off.
Struck him out, and that's number 2 for Rodon. He has a 1-2-3 third inning and leads it 1-0. Eaton due up for Robin Ventura's White Sox. The Colors gave up an unearned run in the third. Ramirez got a 2-out double, and then he scored on the error by Conger on a strikeout of Gillespie. So 5 punch-outs through 3 innings for McCullers. And Flowers was one of those back in the second. He was caught looking. That one rides up, and it is ball 1. The appeal going the White Sox way on the call by Gabe Morales at first. Astros pitchers are throwing the fewest four-seam fastballs in the majors. Foul away, 1 ball, 1 strike. They are throwing more sinking fastballs percentage-wise than any other team. And they have the second highest ground ball percentage in the big leagues. So more of a pitch to contact team, but McCullers will go against that grain.
He still does a good job of keeping the ball down in the zone.
Good point. 1-2, because a lot of times we think about a four-seam fastball as being a pitch upstairs. It's more of a fly ball pitch, but it doesn't have to.
No, it doesn't. Keep that ball down. You're still going to induce ground balls.
That was a very good plane for that breaking pitch, Jeff. Strikeout number 6.
Seeing good stuff from this kid. But tonight's league leaders are presented by your local Honda dealers. Most strikeouts by a pitcher in the month of May. Kluber has 60 and 42 2/3 innings of work this month after last night's 13 punch-outs. He's corrected himself. He had a rough month of April, but May maybe getting a little bit warmer up there, getting a better grip on that baseball. We know what he can do. Got that Cy Young last year.
And you saw Chris Sale on that list. He had a big strikeout game for the Sox yesterday. Carlos Sanchez taking ball 1.
Chris Sale had some Nintendo type stuff yesterday.
Did you see the highlights of him? Incredible stuff from Chris Sale. 12 punch outs in 7 2/3 innings. And then slider. Who could hit that?
Unreal. Nobody in Baltimore. That was a tough day.
2 balls, no strikes. He's up there with the all-time great lefties for the number of games. He has started 94 games, and he's 4th in double-digit strikeouts in the first 94 games in the big leagues. 21 of those 94 have been double-digit strikeout games for him. Behind Sutton, Sam McDowell, Herb Score, and Johan Santana.
Pretty impressive stuff.
Fly ball, broken bat, Marisnik. 2 outs. And Adam Eaton will be next. That look pretty good to you?
Always. Still disappointed in the helmet size. I'd like to go for that Bruce Bochy serving.
The size 7 and 6/8.
Maybe that Kevin Mentz size. Really get your fill.
Adam Eaton has been hit by pitches twice. He's going to think McCullers has it out for him. There's ball one. An oddity, as you pointed out, Eaton hadn't been hit all year.
You don't think they're going to be exchanging addresses for Christmas cards in the offseason?
Maybe not. But he does get right up on the plate. That's a very fine pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike. Hard to lift a pitch like this, Plummer.
No, and the velocity that's behind it, too. That's the problem, is if you want to get that elevated, you're going to have to catch it out in front.
And then that follows 1 and 2.
So 2 very good pitches back to back. See his hand or his fingers a little more on top of that one, creates that downward break to it. See Eaton's face, he was pretty impressed.
And the changeup. 2 balls, 2 strikes. He threw a couple of changeups in the first inning tonight. Brett Oberholzer is down to start the Monday night game here against Baltimore. He'll be coming up from AAA after an injury rehab start there. Fastball punched him out. That's 7 punch outs. And it's a 1-0 White Sox lead in the 4th.
Go back to 1998, back in the Dome. Guys putting up some numbers. Moises Alou, Jeff Bagwell, and Operation Shutdown, Derek Bell. All 3 of them had 100-plus RBIs. That is putting up some ridiculous numbers on a team that played some ridiculously good baseball.
Yes, it did. 102 wins that year, 98 for the Astros. 1-0 White Sox. Jose Altuve leads it off. He's 1 for 1. And it's ball 1 high. Altuve is on quite a hit pace. With his hit earlier, has 691 hits. This is his 562nd game.
That just doesn't make any sense.
So if he gets 9 more hits, and he will, he'll become the first player in history for the Astros with 700 hits in his first 600 games. He has 38 more games to do that, so you know he's going to get 9 more hits in 38 games.
Wow.
Fly ball to right field. Shuck over. 1 out for Rodon. The most hits by an Astro in the first 600 games. Cesar Cedeno, 698. 100 Pence second, Jeff Bagwell third, Terry Poole fourth, Lance Berkman fifth. Now Tucker, he hit the fly ball to center in the first inning. That Rockies no-hit bid has been turned aside by the Phillies. Cody Ashe got a hit in the seventh inning off Chad Bettis. Ashe was just promoted from the minor leagues. He had been a third baseman, and he had been in the minors learning to play the outfield. He's starting in left field tonight at the expense of Grady Sizemore, who was designated for assignment. Strike to Tucker. That makes it 1-1. Cole Hamels starting for Philadelphia tonight. Hamels gave up 2 runs in 8 innings. Bouncer in the second. Sackert comes in. Sanchez over to first. 2 outs.
At Lowe's, we never stop improving, and neither does Evan Gattis. Man has been on a mission, and a lot of people here in Houston have actually had a chance to watch him do some of that crushing and hit some long bombs. Out there in Detroit, we actually got to see him run around a little bit with 2 triples in that Detroit series. But since mid-2014, and remember back in mid-2014, he was having some injury issues, I believe maybe in the neck, I think, kind of contributed to some of the issues he was having. But since April 26th, which is a fantastic day, by the way, he has been putting up some electric numbers, and it's good to see for this Houston Astros lineup. You know, there's some pitchers on that bench that like to see that 29 RBI number keep climbing up there.
April 26th. Is that your birthday?
Yeah.
Ball 1 to Gattis. He singled to left, so 29 runs batted in 30 games, a 905 OPS during that time.
Beautiful thing.
It's tops in the American League for the last month. Swings at that one. It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count, and he's been emphasizing hitting the ball to right field in recent weeks.
They did a great job of it on that road trip. A lot of opposite field gap shots, a couple of balls down that right field line. So nice when you have an idea and a game plan and you actually execute. Builds that confidence.
One bounces from Rodon, 2-1. Gattis is the club leader in triples.
What?
2. He and Jake Marisnik both have 2.
You have to get him on the base paths here a little more frequently.
Popped up. Catcher powers up there. Whoa! He goes head first into the dugout. He is caught. He comes to a very abrupt landing there.
My goodness. That is not knowing your ballpark right there. I'm glad to see that there were plenty of guys down there to catch him. I believe that was Robin Ventura.
Yeah.
Ball skied from Evan Gattis. But watch Flowers never takes his eye off the ball and ends up going. I think that's Robin Ventura that puts him into the DDT position right there.
Yeah,
he's going to take him down.
Robin with a save.
It's good to see the focus, but that could come back to haunt you. He is okay.
They broke his fall.
He was going to suplex him right there. Some WWF action going on in that dugout.
Had a lot of hands grabbing at him. Pitching coach Don Cooper down there, I believe, too. Mark Parent, the bench coach. With a line shot into left, and that's a hit off Melky Cabrera. Gattis is 2 for 2 in this game. Cabrera chased down the carom shot towards center field. Gattis did not have a chance to advance any further. He hit that one right over the ship.
Good job of getting on top of 94, 95 miles an hour. Gattis is one of those guys that can just overpower a pitch.
He seemed to do that there. Chris Carter had the broken bat looper, a single to right field in the second inning. Carter takes, and it's ball 1. So with this lineup, Gattis and Carter, both right-handed batters, hitting in the 4-5 spots in the order. It's a little departure from form for A.J. Hinch. He likes to alternate, but against the lefties, going with these 2 right-handed sluggers. That's off the mid of Flowers, and Gattis will get to second base. Could be meaningful because now he could score on a single. Fastball.
Yeah, that proved to be pretty big. Get into scoring position. A base hit scores Gaddis, and it's also a 2-0 count.
Now Flowers goes out to talk with Rodon. Bueno on deck.
The Astros haven't had a runner at second base. They probably forgot what the signs are with a runner at second base.
Each club with 4 hits tonight. The Astros have had 4 singles. They've been very much a home run dependent team this year with 66 bombs. Ground ball third and on through to left field. Here's the go ahead for Gaddis. Melky Cabrera throws to the plate. It's offline and the game's tied. Carter into second, and this time Cabrera does not come up with a good throw home. He did that in the first inning to get Altuve, but Gaddis is able to score the tying run.
Could this be a sign that Chris Carter's bat's starting to turn around a little bit? Back-to-back hits here. Hit that one off of Gillespie's glove. That's what allowed Gaddis to get home. If that sneaks through, they give him a knock on that.
They did give him a hit.
That's good. I wanted to see that.
So it's an RBI for Carter, number 25, and he takes second on the throw to the plate. And it's Valbuena batting. Outside ball 1. Looked as if Gillespie had a pretty good shot at making that play, Blummer.
I thought he did. Might have gotten in between on the steps, in between that dive and whether or not to catch it standing up.
Cabrera's throw was way offline. Gary Pettis is going to be an aggressive third base coach.
Yeah, I agree. He's got some guys who can run the bases pretty good. Gillespie moving to his left. You could see he kind of dove after he tried to make the attempt. But just that little nudge off his glove is what allowed Gaddis to get home. And again, Cabrera's throw way offline gets Carter back into scoring position.
1-1 to the former Cub Valbuena. Ground ball too short. Alexi Ramirez for out number 3. 1 run scoring on 2 hits and a man left. It's 1-1 through 4.
Made. Let's take a look at Lance McCullers' breaking ball. Watch the emphasis on this breaking ball on that middle finger. That is what he's pulling down on to create so much spin on that baseball to get it to break down. Good pitch to strike out Adam LaRoche on that inside corner after setting him up on that outside. Here's a little bit harder one that he buries down in the zone. When a guy's throwing 94 miles an hour, you're trying to protect that. He's got a hammer like McCullers. It makes for a tough night.
First pitch change up to Melky Cabrera, ball 1. Cabrera's 0 for 2. 1-1 game. Both runs in the game have been unearned. Fastball out to center field. Marisnick will track it down.
We were just talking about that breaking ball, and we'll have some numbers to back it up. That curveball in the first start, I apologize, threw it 27% of the time. I think the difference between then and that second start is he was falling behind against hitters, wasn't able to use it in that first start. That second start calmed down a little bit, pitched well, getting ahead with the fastball in order to get to that breaking ball with 2 strikes. And here again tonight, we're seeing him locate that fastball quite well down in the zone. Able to get to that breaking ball. We've actually even seen him start off a couple guys with a good get-me-over breaking ball.
Abreu takes a strike. That was a little sharper pitch there. Abreu's 1 for 2, and he does have 2 different breaking balls that he will throw. He says he just called them both breaking balls.
Yeah, that was kind of interesting to me and Ash, because we talked to Dallas Keuchel last year, curveball, slider. He goes, no, I have 1 pitch. He said it's a slider. He just varies the speeds on it. So it sounds like a similar thing with Lance.
That's looped out to shallow center field and in for a hit. Marisnick over to pick it up. A single for Abreu, and he's 2 for 3. LaRoche will follow.
Just a little nubber off the end of the bat. Kind of pulled the string on a little bit, took some of the velocity off. You'll see him get it off the end of the bat. It's going to happen sometimes.
Hit number 5 for the Pale Hose. LaRoche leads the American League in walks in the month of May with 20. But 2 strikeouts so far tonight for him. Fouls that one for strike 1. LaRoche also an accomplished first baseman. He's made 8 starts there, but primarily he's the DH. One ball, 1 strike. You like the way this season is unfolding, Jeff? Not in terms of just the way the Astros are doing, but all around baseball, the way it's going?
Yeah, I do. I'm actually pretty amazed at the parity in the game these days, which is a lot of fun to watch. A lot of these divisions seems to have 2 or 3 good teams that might be competing all the way through the season, which would be nice for us and nice for fans to see these teams playing hard all the way through September.
2-1. In the AL East, all those teams are within 3.5 games of each other. Kansas City and Minnesota are tied for the AL Central League.
Some good stories out there.
Very good stories. Twins, the Astros, the Mets are doing well. They're a game and a half off the NL East pace being set by Washington. The Cubs in second place in the NL Central. And the Giants have come back after a terrible start. They're only a half game behind the Dodgers.
It's actually pretty impressive.
Now, a lot of people say, well, the pennant races start Memorial Day, right? Settle in for the long haul.
I don't know. You can still lose them early.
You can lose it early, yes.
You're watching a team like the White Sox in a very tough division falling behind extremely early.
Full count now to LaRoche.
The Oakland A's.
Yeah. Oakland is reeling in arrears in the AL West by 13 games. And you can see a sell-off of sorts coming there, perhaps. That's ball 4. LaRoche taking the base on balls. First walk of the night for McCullers.
New to Houston and looking to get to know the city better? With our Welcome to Houston package, we invite you to tour Minute Maid Park and enjoy an Astros game tomorrow, May 30th. For tickets, visit astros.com/welcome to Houston or call 1-877-9-ASTROS.
Good place to visit right here. People making their rounds, their trips to the concession stands. Meanwhile, there's a trip to the mound right now. Brent Strom, the pitching coach, on Alexi Ramirez. Ramirez smoked a ball to left center field. in the third inning. There's bullpen action with lefty Joe Thatcher. 86 pitches for McCullers to this point. And a critical point in this game for McCullers, with Ramirez having had that good swing of the bat against him in the third inning.
This might be a little bit to just give McCullers a breather. I guarantee you part of it's to get that bullpen going, but like you said, Brownie, this is a big spot in the ball game right here.
He's been in trouble every inning except the fourth. Tony Sipp also getting loose.
Yeah, he has had some high stress innings. He struck out career high 7 hitters in this game so far, so a lot of pitches being thrown to get through these.
There's ball one. And some managers have a rule of thumb, especially with a young pitcher, if they would not let them work out of more than 3 jams in a game.
I think Lance McCullers gets treated just a little bit differently, just because of his stuff.
True. 2-0.
It's hard to believe he's only 21 years old.
Isn't it, though? There's a lot of poise.
I see a kid with a lot of poise and a lot of desire. He wants that ball. He wants to be in this rotation. He loves being a part of this first place team.
Way outside. Now it's 3-0. Gillespie's on deck. White Sox have hit into 29 double plays in May. That's the most in the majors. And that's a walk to load the bases. With 1 out for Gillespie. 2 walks in a row, the first 2 of the game.
That's concerning.
Gillespie is 1 for 2. Will Harris now has joined Joe Thatcher in the Astros bullpen. And A.J. Hinch was concerned enough to make a move. Yeah, that was just a signal there with the 4-pitch walk to Ramirez. He's at 90 pitches for the night. So after the 4-pitch walk, difficult to ask a young guy to work out a bases loaded 1-out trouble, right?
No, I think you're absolutely correct in saying that. I think the pitch count being at 90, a 4-pitch walk, exactly right. Get him out of here now. If he's going to work out of that inning, it would be well over 100 pitches. You don't need to push him that far. Day off yesterday. The bullpen wasn't used that much on the road trip. They're nice and refreshed. Now you can go to them.
Joe Thatcher's coming in with the bases loaded and 1 out, and game tied 1-1. Back in a moment. For the Astros, Lance McCullers Jr. out of the game after going 4 1/3 innings, leaving with the bases loaded, 1 out here in the 5th, and a game tied at 1. And the veteran Thatcher, with Gordon Beckham coming up to pinch hit for Gillespie, will be facing a right-handed batter.
17th appearance on the season, 380th of his career. Going to be bringing that funky sidearm action, trying to deuce a ground ball here.
Beckham is 1 for 2 against Thatcher in his career. And as he pinch hits, he's hitting .254, 2 homers, 11 runs batted in. He's 2 for 7 pinch hitting. Gives Robin Ventura the percentages in his favor. And there is strike 1. Gillespie was 1 for 2. Beckham had started 5 games in a row, 4 1/3, 1 at short. He's become more of a handyman than he used to be. In the air, and Marisnik with a runner tagging at third will make a long throw. Here's Abreu coming to the plate. Marisnik firing to the plate, and it was close, but not in time. A 2-1 lead for the Palehose on the sac fly by Beckham, the pinch hitter. All the other runners held, and Shuck will be due up next.
Good job of Marisnik getting behind that ball, staying through it. Excellent throw, but I'm sure that was a lot closer than Robin Ventura anticipated. Good job by Conger, setting up early, kind of deking him a little bit by standing there, pretending the throw's not coming home.
Marisnik kept it low enough that the other runners had to hold. Now here's Shuck. Shuck is 0 for 2. Lefty on lefty. Shuck has flied to left and grounded to first. Thatcher just missed ball 1 in tight. Thatcher pitched in 3 games in Detroit out of that 4-game series. And then he did not pitch in the Baltimore series. It's a 2-0 count. This Astros bullpen has a 2.13 ERA with 12 wins and 5 losses. One of the best in baseball. Second in the majors in ERA, first in opponent average, and on base percentage. Also hits per 9. It's 3-0.
I'm sure Jeff Luhnow said, hey, let's go out and improve the bullpen in the offseason. Do you think he anticipated this?
This is crazy.
Worst to first in the bullpen.
Yeah, it's been a major change, and people are asking why the Astros are so much better. That's one big factor. That's a walk. Now the bases are loaded with Flowers coming up. Walks have been a problem for the Astros in this inning. That's the 3rd one.
Close, but not close enough. Here's that funky delivery.
Now Will Harris will come in with the bases loaded and 2 down. Thatcher goes 1/3 of an inning. It'll be Flowers against Harris when we come back.
Goodness, Will Harris some love.
Yeah.
He has been pitching fantastic. I found out that he doesn't know his ball cuts that much.
Really?
Yeah, because he's so far over the top that it creates that little bit of cut. And throughout the course of the year, I've been making fun of catchers knowing that when they put down the curveball sign on Will Harris that they've got to be ready to block it. You saw a couple of punch-outs on it. But I actually had a chance to talk to him in the lobby, and he said, you go all the way back to spring training, the first thing I said to the catchers was, when you call curveball, be ready. It's going to come up short.
Tyler Flowers bats with the bases loaded, 2 outs. There's ball 1. Curveball's been a big pitch for Will.
He's been great.
Flowers with 2 punch outs, trying to do something here with the bases loaded. Harris is pitching for the first time since Saturday. He worked 1 scoreless inning at Detroit. Just off the plate. Now 2-0 to Flowers. Harris has really kept his walks under control with 6 in 22 2/3 innings. Now 3-0. Sanchez on deck. Astros have not really struggled with walks very often this season. They are second in the American League in fewest walks. But in this inning, it's been a backbreaker for them. And in for a strike. 3-1. Cabrera hit a fly ball to center. Abreu singled. Walks to LaRoche and Ramirez. Then a walk to Shuck.
My goodness. Flowers might want that one back.
He might. Yeah, the 3-1 pitch, 3-0 pitch was better than the 3-1 pitch. 3-2 now to Flowers.
With the way guys are pitching these days, it seems like the 2-0, 3-1 counts, which were typically fastball counts and hitters counts, guys have such good secondary pitches that they'll throw those in the hitters counts. 3-0 is the one where you guaranteed going to get a fastball, so why not take a chance?
True. Now a big one with 2 outs, bases loaded, a 3-2 count. In the air, but this will not be in play. Good Friday night crowd will be treated to fireworks after the game tonight. 6 more games remaining on this homestand.
These guys are excited about the fireworks.
Yeah.
Fastball up in the zone. Flowers has to protect. That's the thing. The gun says 92 on Will Harris, yet he continues to beat some guys.
Another foul ball back. I think a curveball gets him.
That would definitely throw a wrench in Flowers' plans. There's one spot I never really could appreciate is being there, knowing that most of those runners now are on base are still yours, yet you've got to sit in the dugout and cheer your bullpen on and try and protect your ERA.
Sure.
A tough spot.
Big fan of Will Harris on this 3-2 count.
And for me, McCullers stepping off right there makes me wonder if either Conger's thinking about the breaking ball or Will Harris is thinking about the breaking ball.
Fastball in the air right. George Springer with the catch. 1 run scoring on 1 hit, 3 men left. That's the second time tonight the White Sox have left the bases loaded, but they lead it 2-1.
Progressive Insurance Fan of the Game. And tonight, we are welcoming back a native son, Dustin Shaver, who grew up in Houston, but his job moved him to Albuquerque, New Mexico. So you're back?
I'm back.
Just for a visit?
Just for a visit. A few more days.
Okay, you're here with family, obviously.
I got my family, my grandfather right here.
That's great.
Grandfather.
That's great. Hi, sir. How are you?
I'm doing fine, man. I'm proud of this guy.
I bet you are. So you go off to Albuquerque, and your boss says, okay, you're going to Houston for a visit. I'm going to be watching to make sure you're there.
Yeah, you better go to an Astros game.
Uh-huh.
You know, I want to see you out there.
Uh-huh.
I said, I'll be there. No, sure.
And he's watching on satellite.
He's watching right now.
You want to say hello?
How you doing? I'm here, boss. I'm here.
See, a lot of people go to the game, they say, don't put me on TV because my boss doesn't know I'm here. This is just the opposite. So, with the Astros' newfound success, a lot of Astros fans out there in Albuquerque, or are you starting the bandwagon?
I think I'm starting the bandwagon. There's not too many Astros fans out there.
Yeah.
But I think that after this year, we'll be good.
It's got to be fun for you, a lifelong fan, to see what they're doing now.
Yeah, this is great. You know, I was a little upset in 2005 when they got swept.
Yeah.
But other than that, we're going to be doing good this year.
Dustin Shaver is our Progressive Insurance Fan of the Game for making the return trip back to Minute Maid Park. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you very much.
Wife and I have been married 51 years, and this is my first grandson, and I'm so
First
proud
time.
of him.
Oh, you should give him the bag then.
There you go, Pop.
Give him the bag. Guys, back to you.
Thanks, Bart. 3 balls and a strike to Jonathan Villar, leading off the home 5th inning with the Astros trailing 2-1. They try to get that run right back. Conger and Marisnik to follow. That's a shot out toward right center field. That will split the outfielders. Bounce high off the wall. Villar into second base with an opportunity. Now he holds on there. A leadoff double. Number 4 of the year for Villar.
That's what you want to see after a tough inning on the defensive side, giving up that run to let the White Sox go ahead. You answer right back with a strong swing from the right side for Jonathan Villar. We know that's where he's got that power stroke. Shoots that gap nicely. Good start to this inning. Swing is so much better from the right side than left side.
That's why he's in the lineup. 4th double this year. The infielders are looking for a bunt, it would appear, from Hank Conger. Conger with a line drive to center field in the 3rd inning. Conger bunted into a double play in Baltimore Monday night. Runners at 1st and 2nd and nobody out. Not bunting, and there's ball 1. At least not on that pitch.
Actually hit the ball well last time up. Line drive to center field. Adam Eaton made a great play on it. But right now, if he gets a swing away, he's looking for a pitch out over the plate. He can shoot towards that right side of the infield and move Jonathan 90 feet closer.
Marisnik on deck. It's in for a strike, and it's 1-1. Villar runs very well. Only 58 pitches for Carlos Rodon in this game. Bouncer will get him to 3rd. It comes up and it's juggled. But still, Sanchez is able to get the out. He took it off the chest and then quickly recovered to get Conger. Villar to 3rd.
Pretty wild hop.
That was crazy.
Not typical for a Minute Maid infield. A lot of traction out there. A lot of base runners that last inning, but great job by Hank Conger. Kind of hit right around that base path, and that's what happens sometimes. There's a lot of traffic out there last inning.
Sanchez with a solid job of blocking that one. And now it's Marisnik. Middle infielders will stay back. Corner infielders even with the bases, so they could make a play at the plate on a ground ball to them. Marisnik hit a fly ball earlier. It was a wild swing and a pitch down and in, strike 1. Possibility of a squeeze play here. That's over first base, up the right field line, but foul.
Well, Don, when he does get ahead, get a chance to look at what he does. He likes throwing that slider. That's his put-away pitch. He likes throwing that back leg one like you saw on the first pitch of this at bat. But he likes that fastball to get ahead. Even in the count, almost still on that fastball again. But with 2 strikes, watch out. That ball is going to be breaking.
Now Marisnik needs to battle. He fouls it.
There's that slider.
It's a matter of trying to find some way to make contact here against the talented lefty. Rodon has struck out 2. It's been George Springer on both strikeouts. He got a double play ball in the second. And a swing and a miss there on Marisnik. The throw to first base retires him. 2 outs. 3rd strikeout of the night for Rodon. And it's up to George Springer now.
Well, we talked about it. Slider again. This one a better pitch this time. Buries it. Gets Marisnik to chase. Great job by Flowers to keep that ball in front in order to make the play at first and keep the runner at third.
Springer has struck out both times. He worked the count to 2-2 in the first inning and 3-2 in the third. Flowers and Rodon talk it over here. George has 17 runs batted in.
Slider's tough to hit, Brownie.
Very tough.
Eichels is harder.
Inside, and there's ball 1. Batting average against his slider is .097. And he's had a 68% whiff rate on sliders out of the strike zone. Wow. Springer looks at it. It's an even count at 1-1.
I'm not sure if I'd be too happy as a hitter to have that pitch called on me in this situation.
All right.
And I'd go back upstairs and look at that, and I'd be even more upset.
That's driven out to center field. Eaton waiting for it. Eaton with the catch. No runs, a hit. A runner stranded at third. 2-1 White Sox after 5. Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. And by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit us at geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. Pale Hose lead the Astros 2-1 after 5. Inning number 6 arriving with pitcher number 3 of the night for Houston. Will Harris on the mound. And the number 9 hitter, Carlos Sanchez, leads it off. He is 1 for 2. A single to right field in the second inning off starter Lance McCullers. He takes ball 1. McCullers worked 4 1/3 innings. He allowed 5 hits, 2 runs, 1 earned, walking 2 and fanning 7. Joe Thatcher in 1/3 of an inning allowed no hits, no runs, 1 walk, no strikeouts. Harris got out of bases loaded, 2-out trouble by retiring Tyler Flowers for the final out in the 5th inning. Now he's fallen behind 2-0 on Sanchez with Eaton and Cabrera to follow. That comes in for a strike, and it's 2-1. Among all major league relievers, Harris is second in that .082 batting average against him. He's now only 6 hits in 23 innings. He was a waiver claim. 3-1.
Track record on waiver claims for the Houston Astros is pretty impressive.
It's strong. Colin McHugh was a waiver claim. He has been dynamic in that starting rotation. There's a swing and a 3-2 count now on Sanchez.
Pretty nasty. You see, get a little bit on the side of that, creates that little movement to the inside corner on lefties.
That explains a little bit what you were saying about that ball cutting. The great numbers that Harris has been able to put up this season.
And it's late, too. I don't think hitters pick it up until they've already started their swing.
Foul back, still a full count. Been quite a group in the Astros bullpen this year. He's working extremely well. And Harris is staying with the fastball here on Sanchez. It's been one of the keys when the Astros have fallen behind like this. They've been able to put a stop on the other club and give their offense a chance to strike late, and they have done that many times, scoring from the 7th inning on. Bouncer, backhanded, knocked down by Carter. He recovers and tosses on to Harris, 1 out.
Job of Chris Carter not panicking on this. Kind of played it into an in-between hop and ate him up, but able to keep it nearby. Just kind of thumbed it. It's in the vicinity, makes the play. I think what you said about the offense and the way the pitching staff allows them to put up those great numbers in the 7th and 8th inning. It's one thing to put up those numbers, but you got to be close enough to overtake teams, and that's what this bullpen's been doing for the team.
Adam Eaton wants to strike 1. You know the players think they can win a game like this, trailing 2-1 in the 6th inning.
I almost wonder if it could become expected in that dugout as often as they've done it.
Eaton has struck out. He's been hit by pitches twice. Runs this one to Carter. And a repeat of that 3-1 play. 2 outs.
MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, is celebrating 13 years. Watch every out-of-market game live or on demand in true HD with real-time highlights, live look-ins, pitch tracking, and more. Every night on every device. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details.
The infielders on the left side just came into home to the mound and met with Harris. Valbuena threw a ball out of play, but Harris has another ball, and he's going to work on Cabrera. Not sure what that was all about. And there's strike 1. So we had 2 baseballs on the mound for some reason. Cabrera's 0 for 3.
Well, I know why the infielders came in.
Why?
That was 2 long sprints by Will Harris, the pitcher, over to first base. They wanted to make sure he wasn't out of breath.
Okay. Yeah, that makes some sense, but we'll have to do some investigative reporting and find out where that second baseball came from.
Yeah, where's VR keeping that thing? Case of emergency.
You ever hear the story about way back in the old days, before 1900 probably, in places like Wrigley Field, they would grow the grass very, very high. You've heard it, you're laughing.
Yes.
They would plant baseballs in the grass there was only one umpire at the time. So if a ball was hitting the gap, the center fielder would run over, and he wouldn't chase the ball that had been hit. He would just pick up another one from the grass and throw it back in. The umpire's trying to watch the base runner. He can't see everything.
I think that's smart baseball.
Yeah, why not?
You know, use it to your advantage. Sometimes they go up and reach into the ivy and pull 2 or 3 out of there too.
Or Andre Dawson could be in there. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Oh, yeah.
Guys used to cut across the diamond. They wouldn't tag second. They'd just go straight from first to third if the umpire was looking the other way. There was only one umpire.
Sounds like a fun game.
Yeah. Make up your own rules. And then, of course, the third baseman would grab the belt buckle of the runner at third and not let him tag and score on a fly ball.
It sounds like some of the games I used to play in the front yard.
2-2 on Melky Cabrera.
So if you're playing third base in the first base, and you're leading the league in hitting, and the guy that got the hit is right behind you, hold on to that belt buckle real strong.
That's it. Grounded, and that's a ball to Carter again. He makes all 3 plays in this inning. We go to the bottom of the 6th, 2-1 White Sox.
Beginning of the broadcast, the Astros and the Astros Foundation are hosting a food drive supporting the Houston Food Bank during the White Sox and Orioles series today through June 4th. Fans can participate by bringing canned goods or other non-perishable food items with them to the games. For more information, go to astros.com/food drive. Brownie, back to you.
Thanks, Bart. 2-1 White Sox. Here's Jose Altuve leading off the home 6th. He lashes a line drive to left. First pitch from Carlos Rodon, who looks down. And he has just surrendered hit number 2 of the night to Altuve. He looked pretty disgusted. He saw that ball fly off the bat of Altuve, who now has his 20th multi-hit game, 3rd in the American League.
It's all about location. Flowers wants it down and away. This ball tails up and in. And Altuve, he can rake himself a fastball now. Getting that stroke back. Still cracks me up that we talk about a guy struggling around 300. But that's how good he is.
He has set the bar high. Looking like he might be interested in stealing a base. He draws a throw. There was plenty of attention paid to him back in the first inning after his single. Several throws to the bases. Altuve wound up being thrown out at the plate on a 2-out single by Evan Gattis in the first. A play that looms very large in this 2-1 game right now. Tucker leans back from it. Ball 1 to Preston, who is fly to center and grounded to second. Very solid approach against lefties, Jeff.
Extreme. Does a good job of keeping that front shoulder in. But what's interesting to me is young pitchers like Carlos Rodon, who's spent not even a full season in the minor leagues. Their pickoff move is not that good. This may be the best we see from Carlos Rodon. Because when these guys are in high school, college, they are so good that they could care less about guys on base. They're attacking the hitters, let alone maybe 2 or 3 base runners a game when they're in high school and college. Now they're here in the big leagues, and you've got a guy like Altuve over there. That's your best move. He's going to win that battle.
Tucker looks at a ball, and it's 2-0 to Preston. His plate discipline has been very good.
Good eye.
Low of the zone. Rodon has not had a whole lot of time in finishing school, the minor leagues, to refine things like a pickoff move. Foul back, 2-1.
And another thing is a slide step, which is used to shut down running games. We haven't seen that from Carlos. The good thing is he's left-handed.
He pitched only 24 minor league innings in his first year of professional baseball last year. He was the highest draft choice by the White Sox since Harold Baines was the first overall pick in 1977. Now 3-1 to Tucker.
That was a pretty darn good pick.
Yeah, it worked out well, didn't it?
Great guy, too.
Big 3-1 pitch coming to Tucker. Evan Gattis on deck. Altuve, close to 15 steals. Drawing all kinds of attention this season, but quite often he will not get a big lead. He'll be back easily on those pickoff throws, and he'll take off without needing a huge lead. He's going back toward first on that move, and it's 3-2 now.
Interesting to see what he does here. 3-2 count. Tucker's, in his brief big league career, has shown to handle the bat rather well.
When you think about a guy who's played just a few major league games, batting third in the order tonight, that tells you what A.J. Hinch thinks. Bouncer, high chop, over the first baseman Abreu, up the right field line. Altuve to third. Gary Pettis will stop him there on a bouncing double by Tucker. Second and third, nobody out for the Astros.
Plenty of ways as a left-handed hitter to utilize that runner being held on at first base. A lot of times it's just shooting the ball through the hole where he normally would be standing, but in this case he's playing so shallow, holding the runner on. With a colossal chop off of Preston Tucker's bat, sneaks over Abreu's head. When you're going good, you're going good.
6 doubles for Tucker. Pitching coach Don Cooper is coming out.
We're in that danger zone if you're facing the Houston Astros. That 6th inning on.
It's been amazing what this club has done in the late innings. 73 pitches thrown by Rodon. Cooper really has a great reputation as an outstanding pitching coach.
He talks a lot.
Does he?
Oh, man. He can chew on your ear for a while. There's a plethora of information flowing around that pitcher's mound. See the reaction from Rodon. He was trying to get a little extra hop out of Abreu.
Yes, he was. Tucker in the second. And Rodon stays in to face Gattis. The White Sox played a doubleheader yesterday in Baltimore. Gattis has 2 singles to left field in this game. That could affect the use of their bullpen today. Infield staying back. They will concede the tying run to prevent a bigger inning. Gattis with a little roller. Runners hold. There's the throw first. It gets away. And the runners, he is called out for interfering with the throw.
Ooh. I'm not sure about this.
Well, A.J. Hinch isn't either. He's coming out.
He's running in the baseline.
The call was made by Gabe Morales. But Joe West is there. Joe might have made the call. Let's see. Joe made the call.
It's the way Carlos Rodon, I'm not sure what kind of swing that was from Evan Gattis, but ball nubbed out there. See him running on the chalk line, and Rodon comes across. So I'm not sure how or where you're supposed to create that baseline. Because in order for Rodon to throw that ball to Abreu, who's set up in fair territory, he had to throw it across Gattis to get the ball to him.
That's out number one. Now the infield comes in for Chris Carter. Carter is 2 for 2 with an RBI. Very big at bat in this game. Daniel Webb is warming up, a right-hander for the Sox. There's a rocket to left field. Melky Cabrera snags it. Here's the tag. Altuve to the plate, and he scores the tying run. And Tucker into third base. Melky Cabrera got a great jump, came in and caught that ball on the run, but Altuve is able to tag and score the tying run on a sac fly by Carter, who hit a rocket to left.
The trends are in the right direction for Chris Carter. And I love that Altuve is testing Melky Cabrera out there. You've got to with that speed. You know who's happiest about this is Evan Gattis.
You bet. Carter gets the RBI, his second of the night, his 26th of the year. Melky Cabrera will get an error on that throw. That'll be his first error of the year. And the error allows Tucker to get to third base. What a night for Carter. Carter started the night hitting 177. He's 2 for 2 with 2 runs batted in. And now it's Valbuena batting. 2 outs and a runner at third. Valbuena 0 for 2. VR's on deck. Brand new game as the Astros have tied it in the 6th. That's a shot on the ground. Diving play. Abreu tosses to Rodon, and he's safe at first, and the Astros lead it. Rodon came up high to grab the toss and was unable to get his foot down on the bag before Valbuena arrived. It may be challenged here by Robin Ventura. He's out on the field looking back to see what his video room tells him would be the right thing to do.
This has been one of the more interesting innings I've seen in a while, Brownie.
Very. A.J. Hinch up as well. And Robin is still looking back toward his bench to see what the phone call. Well, he might have come down on that base. What did you think? Let's see.
It was a heck of a stop by Abreu. Looks like he did get a spike on there.
It looked that way.
Keep an eye on those feet. So he got the back part of the bag.
That's the question. Let's see it from this angle.
I don't know if he did.
Yeah, that's the question. Did he touch the base?
As I try and watch the bag, he might have gotten it right there.
Maybe the spike.
My goodness, this will be an interesting one. Is there enough there to overturn it for you, Brownie?
Ooh.
No.
Based on that evidence, no, sir.
How about that?
Difficult call for the first base umpire, Gabe Morales. Boy, is that it's a very tough angle for him.
Yes.
Because of the depth he would need to see if that foot touched the base.
You're so right. You try and create a good angle where you can see the entire play in front of you where there's so many bodies coming at you. It's extremely tough to see.
That's a lot of movement, too, with the pitcher jumping up in the air and coming down. His arms are up high.
This is the one that convinced me.
Yep. So the call is being reviewed, and safe is the call that is upheld. The Astros lead at 3-2, and Valbuena is aboard.
Valbuena's not hustling. That play isn't made.
It's ruled an error on Abreu, the first baseman, on the high toss.
Valbuena thinks he has a shot through the hole. Then he sees Abreu make the play, but head down, keep running. Never know. That's why you keep playing hard.
Second error of the inning. That's the fourth error of the year on Abreu, and it's a one-run Houston lead with VR batting now. VR 1 for 2. Well, the White Sox stay with Rodon. 76 pitches for him.
Well, you hinted at the bullpen maybe being burned out from this last road trip they've been on, having to stop in Baltimore for that doubleheader. So I wonder how long they might hang on to Rodon a little bit out there. Only got 77 pitches. Yeah, he's getting beat up a little bit in this inning, but we're not quite sure how many options they do have in that bullpen.
No. And the throw goes over. Valbuena 1 for 1 in steals. Chris Sale went 7 2/3 innings in the opener of their doubleheader, and Beck went 6 in the nightcap. There's a strike to VR, a 1-ball 1-strike count. In the previous series at Toronto, kind of the normal use of a bullpen, so it does not appear on paper anyway that their bullpen has been overstressed. But Petrichka has pitched quite a bit. He's the 8th inning guy. He wouldn't be normally used in this case. Anyway, 2 balls and a strike. It's 2-2 to Jonathan VR. AJ Hinch balancing the playing time at shortstop between VR and Marwin Gonzalez. Both are switch hitters.
I think the tendency is to have Marwin playing short up if ground ball pitchers are out there like Dallas Keuchel, Scott Feldman, Roberto Hernandez. I don't think we're going to be rude in saying that Marwin's a little more sure-handed than Jonathan VR.
Actually, Marwin's batting average as a right-handed hitter for only 26 at-bats is .346. Go to Jonathan's .250. And that one is a ball. Full count now, and with 2 outs, the runner automatically leaves at first. Valbuena. White Sox with 2 errors in this inning now have made 35 errors this season. The runner goes, and it's popped up foul and back out of play. Cincinnati beat Washington tonight in Cincinnati 5-2. Miami beat the Mets 4-3. Dan Heron the winner over the Dark Knight. Matt Harvey. Bouncer to second. Sanchez on to first. And the Astros grab the lead with 2 runs in the 6th inning on 2 hits, 2 errors, and 1 left. It's 3-2 Astros.
Academy Sports and Outdoors is offering free youth baseball and softball camps this summer at the Astros Urban Youth Academy. These week-long camps are for kids 7 through 17 and begin June 8th. Visit Astros.com/UYA to sign up today.
Pat Neshek will be pitcher number 4 for the Astros. He's 3-0 with 1 save and a 2.55 ERA. And the 7th inning arrives with Pat taking over and the Astros up 3-2. Facing the slugger Abreu, who is 2 for 3 with a run scored tonight. Pat worked a scoreless inning Tuesday, worked around a leadoff single, and there's strike 1 for him. Pitched once in Detroit in a 3-2 win, once in Baltimore in a 4-1 win. He got holds in both of those, giving him a dozen holds for the year. It's 1-1. As we've watched this season unfold with the Astros relievers, we've seen everybody pitch effectively. It's been quite a group effort.
Yeah, there really hasn't been a weak link out there.
Line shot goes foul. 1-2. Will Harris was sensational tonight, retiring 4 in a row, coming in with the bases loaded and getting Flowers to apply a tourniquet on this team that had just taken a 2-1 lead, and that could be one of the important outs in this game.
Absolutely.
Foul ball, and it's still 1-2 on Abreu. Neshek really important in setting it up for the later inning guys. He hasn't given up a run in his last 13 appearances. He too effective in situations with men on base. His whip in May is 0.44. Altuve fields the one hopper. Imagine that. It's a good month.
The only reason I'm giggling because I don't think I've ever heard whip and then that number after it.
Yeah, it's a very low
unbelievable
number. Microscopic whip. Walks and hits per innings pitched. Less than a half a base runner per inning. LaRoche is 0 for 2 with a walk.
It's fun to watch. You get on these ball clubs and start playing well. You get a good lineup. Nobody wants to be the guy that makes the last out of the inning. You get a bullpen where everybody's firing. It turns into that friendly competition where, you know, I'm not going to be the guy that lets this team down. I'm going to keep going out there. So it just kind of snowballs and everybody feeds off that. It's been fun to watch.
How about that last pitch? That's that slow changeup of his at 67, Blummer.
I'm not sure how you do that. I'm not sure how you hit it either.
0-2.
You're asking me to analyze something I don't understand.
Look at this.
My goodness. How about that? That's a great view of it, too.
Then he followed that up with a 91. And struck him out. Surgery.
That's
2 outs.
Exactly what it was. Set him up with 66 and then just put him away with back-to-back 92-mile-an-hour fastballs. You can see he kind of climbed the ladder with him, too. That's that spot you talked about in his first at-bat, Brownie, with that little bit of a loop in his swing, uppercut.
Great place to put the ball. Now it's Ramirez. He has a double and a run scored. Also a walk tonight for Alexi. Bunted foul, strike 1. 25,000 plus tonight's attendance. Get an exact number for you in a moment. They took it down. 25,957. So the crowds are getting bigger.
As well they should.
The word has gotten out.
And speaking of that, and talking about the bullpen, you know darn well those guys in the opposing dugouts, they understand when it gets late in the game and you get a Neshek, Qualls, Gregerson matchup coming at you. Will Harris, that's danger zone. Those guys are developing a reputation here.
1 ball, 1 strike. They have prevented many a comeback this season. It's been a lockdown bullpen. And they lead after 7. They're 21-1. 1-2.
There's no answer for that. Just tip your cap and hope he makes a mistake later, but that's one thing these guys have not done is make too many mistakes.
You know, that is really central in what this team's doing. That is a terrific pitch. Right back over the edge. And he hits a spot again. That's one big inning for Nisha. Tremendous job in getting his glove out. The White Sox 1-2-3 in the 7th inning to maintain a 3-2 lead.
Root for the Astros and win great prizes from the Astros and Root Sports. Post your pictures with Orbit on social media and tag the Astros and your cable or satellite provider. Be sure to use the hashtag #WhereIsOrbit. Head to astros.com/whereIsOrbit for more information.
Orbit's right there.
Yeah, he's a tough guy to miss.
Orbit's missing a 3-2 game, but he has his job to do. He's entertaining the fans. Bottom of the 7th inning. And Conger with strike one. Astros leading by 1. Conger has lined to center and he's grounded to second. Ground ball advanced to runner to third base. Astros about hit the White Sox 8-5. It's 1-1. The White Sox have 2 errors. The Astros have committed 1. Chicago has left 9 on base. White Sox left the bases loaded twice in the 2nd and in the 5th. Astros have stranded 4. Conger takes a look at it, and that makes it a 2-1 count. 87 pitches for Carlos Rodon. He started the season in the bullpen for the Sox. This is only his 4th major league start, and it's his first start since May 20th, so he's working on 8 days rest.
It's going to be tough for Rodon to get in a rhythm.
All the way, and it's 3-2 now.
And knowing that his pitch count is right around 88 and rising, decided to look back in the notes and see how many pitches he's thrown. You know, his career high in pitches was 108, and that was his first start after starting in the bullpen. So
interesting.
Asking a lot of this young man.
Conger fouls it back. You see the Astros late inning offense from the 7th inning on. They have led the majors in many of these departments, in runs, in home runs, 3rd in slugging and 2nd in OPS. Trying for some add-on runs here. Ground ball 3rd, wide of 3rd.
I don't know if you can even quantify what those numbers are doing. That's just a ball club that wants to go out there and win ball games. constantly has that belief that they're never out of a game, because that's what it is. You can't go out and say, oh, this guy's going to be a great high leverage situation guy later in the game. Let's load up on these guys. Just who they've become.
Conger strikes out. And many have said they are not who we thought they were. Strikeout number 4 for Rodon. And that's all that will be asked of him tonight after 92 pitches. He did really keep his club in this game. And despite the fact that he had walked 19 and 22 1/3 innings when he took the mound tonight, he did not walk a man in this game. Pitching on 8 days rest. So he leaves with those numbers, and the Astros up 3-2. Back in a moment. The day comes from Jeff Luhnow on potential trades. We have to do what we do without giving away the farm, but if we think we have a pretty good shot, we'll be taking inventory over the next 2 months to figure out where we think we're deep. And if we feel like we're going to need help, we're not going to hesitate to do that. We do have resources to deal from financially and talent-wise.
That has got to be music to Astro fans' ears.
Jeff and Assistant General Manager David Stearns there, watching this 3-2 game and hoping the Astros can add on here with Jake Marisnick batting against Daniel Webb, just coming up from AAA Charlotte yesterday. 1-1 with 2 saves in the minors. Last year 6-5 with a 3.99 ERA with the Sox. Ground ball foul by Marisnick, who's 0 for 2. There's strike 1.
Well, did you see Jeff and Daniel? They were going over the numbers right there as we looked at them. So that's good to see.
Well, you know, Jeff recently has been to AAA to see Fresno.
Well, can you imagine the scenarios he could come up with the depth of talent they have here in Houston?
And that's one thing that might lead people to think against trades because of that talent.
You got to be real careful and be darn sure that you want to get that guy in return, because if you're giving up some quality talent like they have, it better be worth it.
2 balls and a strike. Well, for many, it's an unexpected run the Astros have made. But now that they are in this position, what comes next? That's the question many people are asking.
Well, we talked about, you know, some of the issues that having a guy like Preston Tucker up creates in the outfield for A.J. Hinch. Now with the ball club playing first place baseball, heading deeper into the season, it makes those issues that much greater for Jeff Luhnow, but I'm sure they're welcome.
Well, you bring up a really interesting point. Preston Tucker comes up here. He's hitting 3rd right now and doing very well as a major league player.
He is.
And Lance McCullers is doing very well. So maybe internal options are better than making deals.
Could be.
Struck him out. as a player, you probably, those veteran clubs you were on, you felt good about a player that was proven coming into your clubhouse in maybe July or August, right, on a stretch drive deal?
Yeah, you kind of expected it, to be honest with you, but this might be a little bit different situation considering how young these guys are. And they made a couple of free agent acquisitions, but when you're gelling as well as these guys are, you got to be real careful about who you bring in. And maybe, like you said, it is a guy that comes up from the minor leagues that you have experience with and knows these guys pretty well. But, a great problem for any GM to have is to figure out if they need to make an adjustment to a first-place team.
George Springer takes, and there's a strike to George, showing bunt. He's 0 for 3. The Scott Feldman injury is the latest the Astros will have to cope with, of course. Ramirez, quick release, gets it. That's a 1-2-3 seventh. It's 3-2 Houston. Chad Qualls is warming up to face the White Sox in the 8th inning after a 1-2-3 seventh by Pat Neshek, and before that Will Harris retiring 4 in a row. This bullpen is doing a number again tonight, Jeff Blum.
They sure are. These guys are good. They know it. They're refreshed. They had a good road trip. Finished it off with that day off yesterday. Going out there and do the same thing they've been doing all year long, playing well in these tight ball games. They know their roles. They're out there doing them.
Qualls comes in to face Beckham, and then Schuck and Flowers do to follow in the 8th. Gordon Beckham was a pinch hitter for Gillespie. In the 5th inning, he delivered a sacrifice fly that broke the 1-1 tie. That was against the lefty Joe Thatcher. So percentages swung in Robin Ventura's way with that move, but now they go back in A.J. Hinch's way. And there's a fly ball deep left center field. This one's going to fly over Tucker. That one's high, and that one is gone. Beckham delivers a game-tying home run. It's 3-3 here in the 8th inning. That's number 3 of the year for Gordon Beckham.
Ambush. Gordon Beckham out there looking for a fastball. He got one. Rarely is it elevated from Chad Qualls, but this one ran back over the middle of the plate and up in the zone. Beckham barreled it.
Second home run allowed this season by Qualls, who deals ball 1 to J.B. Schuck. White Sox have tied it at 3 on the long ball. They are dead last in the American League in homers. That's their 31st. Schuck is 0 for 2 with a walk. That's in for a strike. 1-1. Astros have Altuve, Tucker, and Gaddis due up in the last of the 8th. Qualls missing upstairs, goes to a 2-1 count. Chad worked a scoreless 8th inning Tuesday night. Got his 7th hold of the year, throwing just 8 pitches. Bounces up and hits J.B. Shuck. It's a 2-ball, 2-strike count.
That's the usual movement you see, is that fastball running away from left-handed hitters. Sometimes that's the detriment too, is that you have that ball running back into right-handed hitters, and it seemed like that fastball that Qualls threw to Beckham kind of ran back into the swing.
Qualls had not allowed a homer since Mike Trout hit a 3-run shot off him here April 17th. Bouncer goes to first. Carter's there, and he will run it to the bag just in time. And out.
A couple of big men converging on J.B. Shuck down there at first base, with Qualls going over to cover.
Yep. Ooh. Carter looked up, and he didn't think that Qualls could get there, it appeared, so he took it. Really close.
Ah, perfectly timed. That is one of the worst feelings in the world, by the way, as a ball player.
It's got to be.
Being that close and seeing the guy touch the base just before your foot and taking that hit away.
Yeah. Tyler Flowers next. He's 0 for 3. 0-1 to Flowers. Rangers lead the Red Sox 5-4. They're in the bottom of the 8th in Arlington. The Rangers are 2 games under 500 now. They've been surprising in many ways. They got Josh Hamilton back. In for a strike, and it's 1-1. They're going to call up a youngster who will make his major league debut on the mound for them tomorrow. Blue Jays and Twins are tied 4-4. They're in the 7th. 1-2. Risnick is shading toward right center on Flowers. Altuve back to his left. Quick throw to Carter, 2 outs. And Sanchez comes up. He's 1 for 3. Carlos Rodon worked 6 1/3 innings, giving up 8 hits, 3 runs, 1 earned. With no walks, he struck out 4 through 92 pitches, 58 for strikes. Buena's on the grass at third. Altuve to Carter. The White Sox tied with a long ball from Beckham. It's 3-3 in the 8th. 6th, but now the Beckham home run has made it a 3-3 affair. Meanwhile, the White Sox have made some changes here. Going to the bottom of the 8th, leading us to think that maybe something has happened physically to Jose Abreu, because he's been taken out of this game after going 2 for 4. And he is a terrific hitter, but no longer in that lineup. And Giovanni Soto has come in to catch. We look at Abreu. Well, that's not Abreu there, but looking for him. Yeah. It's Garcia. We don't see Abreu down there. Maybe in getting some treatment as Jose Altuve's 2 for 3. Ball 1. Anyway, the catcher Flowers has moved to play first base, and Soto is the new catcher in this game. Altuve single to center in the 1st. He got a hit to left in the 6th. Daniel Webb in his 2nd inning of work. Bouncing to short. Alexei Ramirez slides, gets up, throws to first, and makes the play. 1 out. Zach Putnam in the bullpen.
Pretty good play. It's amazing to me how some of these guys are able to compute, analyze in their brain before they go to this ball how they're going to get their body under control to make the play.
Exactly. Altuve nipped at first by the throw. Now Preston Tucker bangs a line drive into left center field. That will be fielded deep in left center, and he's going to go to second. Here's a throw from Eaton, not in time. A hustling double by Tucker. His 2nd double of the night. Number 7 of the year. Eaton had to go back to get the baseball, and Tucker just kept running.
First of all, just a great piece of hitting, going with the fastball up out of the plate, not trying to do too much. Eaton tries to cut it off, but Preston Tucker, watch him, head down. He sees where that ball's at. He doesn't care if Adam Eaton has it or not. He's got his head down. He's going all the way. Tells you a lot about the kid. He's smart, savvy, good effort, realizing the situation. He needed to get to second base, and he did.
Evan Gattis is 2 for 3. Hit number 9 for the Astros. All right, 1. Chris Carter on deck.
This is the guy you want up there.
Webb is 25 years old, from Paducah, Kentucky. Up and in. 1-1. Webb pitched 57 times for the White Sox last year. They got him in a trade with Toronto. The Sox bullpen 8-7 with a 3.88 ERA this year. 1-2. Broke that slider downward.
Pitch before was a change up and in, getting near that beard, and all of a sudden he comes back with something a little bit nastier on the outside corner.
He struck him out. 2 outs. 2nd strikeout for Webb, number 6 for White Sox pitching. Pitching coach Don Cooper's on his way to the hill. Chris Carter will be the batter. 2 outs and first base open. Carter is 2 for 2 with a sac fly tonight. 2 runs batted in for Carter in this game.
Time now for our TXU Energy Power Player of the Game. Chris Carter having himself a night. Evan Gattis on second base. He sneaks one through that 5.5 hole. There, that one shoot top catch made by Melvin Bird turned into a sacrifice fly with the speedy Altuve at third base. Hopefully a sign of things turning around for Chris Carter, helping his ball club win.
right there for strike one.
Nice play by Soto.
Soto immediately ran out.
Little cross up.
Could be, yeah.
Take a peek at it. Watch the glove and the body of Soto just going up. And then the relief.
0-2 to Carter. Carter's hitting .237 with runners in scoring position coming into this game tonight. Turn back towards second on Tucker. White Sox have their top three hitters due up in the ninth. And Carter started the bat, and he is called for a swing by Gabe Morales on appeal, striking out to end the eighth. We move to the ninth inning, and it's tied at 3. Comes in for A.J. Hinch. He's going with his closer here in the top of the ninth. Luke Gregerson. In 21 games, he's 2-0. He's 13 for 14 in saves. Coming in here to try to put up a 0 in the ninth and perhaps be the winning pitcher tonight. Jeff?
He's in good position. You see those numbers on the bottom, 21-0 in games he just appears in, so he's in the right spot. Does a good job of shutting things down, and you can use your closer at home because you have the chance to hit last. But I love what he's doing to right-handed hitters, showing that great sinker. Kind of short arms it, creates good depth on it. Also has that slider. Nothing real tricky. Still goes out there and gets outs.
Adam Eaton will lead it off here in the ninth inning. He's been on twice. He's been hit by pitches both times. He's 0 for 2. Valbuena's on the grass at third. Carter even with a base at first. And that's strike one. Gregerson getting his 13th save in his most recent appearance in Baltimore Tuesday night. He worked a perfect ninth and struck out 2. Nice tap foul. It's no balls, 2 strikes. Cabrera on deck. Gregerson's tied for 5th in the American League in saves. He has 9 in May. He's up there with the best in Astros history for the first 48 games. Jose Valverde had 14 saves in 08 for 48 games. Billy Wagner 13 in 03. He gets a punch out of Eaton. That's 10 strikeouts for Astros pitching tonight.
Goes to that slider. Wasn't a perfect pitch, but still effective, 81 miles an hour.
Melky Cabrera steps up, 0 for 4 in this game. Giovanni Soto's on deck. He's in the number 3 spot in the lineup after Abreu was removed from the game. Strike 1 for Melky. The Astros have Buena, Villar, and Conger due up in the last of the 9th inning. White Sox are getting a right-hander ready in their bullpen. 1-1, Zach Putnam. Another foul, first base side. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Putnam there.
Might be Robertson on the right-hand side, the White Sox closer.
So it's a double-barrel plan. If they get the lead, it's Robertson in the 9th. He has been very good this year.
That ball hit the dirt.
Well, Joe West apparently thought it was a foul tip. Cabrera will depart. 2 outs.
Sinker down. I saw a little bit of dirt. Conger plays it off quite well.
Yes, he did.
You're not going to change Joe West's mind.
No.
That is for sure.
Giovanni Soto, the batter, and there's ball 1 to him. Soto at 190 has 2 homers, 7 runs batted in. He's had 63 at bats. Veteran catcher. He's ahead, 2 balls, no strikes. Soto's now 32. He played with Texas and Oakland last year. Came up with the Cubs. He's a converted corner infielder from San Juan, Puerto Rico. He was an All-Star Rookie of the Year in 08 with the Cubs. Now he's ahead 3-0. So you'd be assuming green light here, right?
I would.
Soto draws a 4-pitch walk.
Gregerson's having some issues with the baseballs.
Yeah, he really rubs up that ball when he gets it, doesn't he? Every single time.
Yep. Threw about 2 or 3 out of that Giovanni at bat alone. Trying to get this one right.
Before facing LaRoche, who's 0 for 3 with a walk. LaRoche has 11 career homers against Houston. The infield is shifted around, playing him to pull. Ground ball to Connor, and fair ball out number 3. In the 9th, it's no runs, no hits, and a man left. We go to the bottom half. Buena, Villar, and Conger due up for Houston to try to win it in the final at bat. Sports is presented by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. 3-3 game going to the bottom of the ninth inning. The White Sox tied it. They got a home run from Gordon Beckham in the 8th inning to make it 3-3. Now it's Zach Putnam in 17 games, 1-1 with a 4.70 ERA. He's allowed 3 bombs. And since April 15th, a low batting average against him. He pitched last 2 nights ago in Toronto, giving up 1 hit, no runs in 1/3 of an inning.
Fastball at 89, 90 miles an hour. Split finger. Also has a cutter around 88 miles an hour.
Webb in 1 2/3 innings, allowed 1 hit, no runs, had no walks, 3 strikeouts. The White Sox pitchers have not walked anybody tonight. And it comes down to the battle of the bullpens in this one after Rodon worked 6 1/3, giving up 1 earned run. McCullers worked 4 1/3. He gave up 1 earned run. Valbuena's 0 for 3. 1 career walk-off homer against Seattle in 2009. VR is on deck. Conger due up 3rd. That is strike 1. Putnam is 27 years old, from Rochester, Michigan, and the University of Michigan. He was the Big Ten Pitcher of the Year in 2008. He was drafted by Cleveland that year in the 5th round. Traded to Colorado. No balls, 2 strikes. Last year, Putnam had a 1.98 ERA for the White Sox in 49 games. Had 6 saves out of 7 opportunities and 16 holds.
Tell you what, already he's a big fan of his own split finger. Threw 2 to get ahead of Valbuena here.
Now it's 1 and 2. Got to be particularly distressing if you're a hitter for a guy to come out of the bullpen throwing split fingers on the first 2 pitches.
So annoying. Just throw me the get me over here. We'll get out of here. Start the fireworks.
The split is working, and that's out number 1.
The thing is nasty. If you can command a split finger like that, he's going to keep throwing it.
Josh Fields is getting loose for Houston.
Still dangerous, though. If you end up throwing this many split fingers, one of them, get a look at it. That's why they call it splits. Those fingers on both sides of the baseball creates that tumbling motion, but if you're not feeling it, you leave one hanging out over the plate. It's a pretty good pitch to hit.
Jonathan VR is 1 for 3, a double. On deck. VR looks at ball 1.
Johnny B get on base and start stealing some bags.
Inside. We're getting an announcement on Abreu, I think, right now. 2 balls, no strikes. The Astros have 7 wins in their final at bat. Now 3-0 to VR. You might see his legs turning if he gets a walk here. Abreu left the game with irritation to his right index finger, and he is day to day.
What?
That's kind of what I was thinking.
You'd have to lose a right index finger to come out of the game.
Strike, and it's 3-1. Yeah.
These darn hangnails. Figure out what he could have done it on. Can't figure it.
There's a walk. VR is aboard. He's 4 for 5 in steals. First walk of the night by a White Sox pitcher. And it's Conger now. Conger 0 for 3. Marisnik on deck.
That was a 3-1 split finger. See the grip? Sure thing. Split finger 3-1. to Jonathan VR.
Well, you can book it then if you're Hank Conger.
That's what I'm going to be curious to see is VR can steal some bags. Is Putnam going to have to be forced to throw that fastball to try and get the runner at second?
Excellent point. He misses, and it's 1-0. This would be a good running count. They wouldn't pitch out here, would they?
I would imagine they would. Fall behind on a guy like Conger. He's got some pretty good sock from that left-handed batter's box.
VR has a decent lead. And he draws the throw.
All kinds of things can happen right here. You can just send Jonathan on his own, or you can send him on a hit and run, possibly. Open up some spaces out there for Conger to try and shoot one through.
VR was 17 for 21 last year in steals. And a throw causes him to dive back.
Such an asset to have guys on base that can run. Put themselves into scoring position. Score on a ball in the gap easy.
And a hard throw just in time. He got that. Boy, that was close.
He was leaning a little bit. Back-to-back pickoffs. Rarely do you see back-to-back-to-back. You are leaning a little bit. Able to sneak back in there. We talk about it all the time. It's tough for a right-handed first baseman to catch that ball and go back and tag the runner as opposed to left-handed first baseman to just drop the tag on him real quick.
Conger looks at it, and now it's 2-0. At the first, but BR was not that far off, and he got back easily. These two teams are dead even in head-to-head play. 17 wins for each down through the years. Now 2-1.
Conger trying to do a little too much, maybe expanding the zone. It's okay. Still get a couple more pitches to try.
Got her going. And the throw from Soto is there, and they get him. VR wants to play challenge. Alexi Ramirez slapped a tag on him, and the out call was made by David Rackley at second base. A.J. Hinch has come out. He's waiting for word from his video room as to whether it would be worthwhile to challenge this call.
Got a pretty good jump. Putnam with a bit of a slide step getting in there. And if that tag's on the elbow, I'm wondering if his hand got in there.
It's being challenged.
I don't know. Pretty good catch and release by Soto to get that ball down there in a hurry. It's a big out, if that is an out.
VR is standing alongside first base. All the calls being reviewed in New York.
I always feel like they should be playing some kind of like elevator music while we wait for these calls to be made back in New York. give you a good indication on whether or not that glove gets on him. It looks like it does just before his hand reaches that bag.
That's the way it looked. Joe West, the crew chief, is on headsets. They're facing you, and the second base umpire, David Rackley, who made the call, is on the other headset. And he can, if advised, pass along what he saw when he made that call, so the crew in New York can review based on what he's telling them he saw. They can look for what he says was the basis for his call.
Some of the replays are shown on the big screen up here. It's kind of hard to tell when he hit.
That's right.
VR's arm, because you see the glove go straight to the ground and then swipe across.
Yeah. It's hard to tell when that glove made contact with the arm where he was, and the out call is upheld. So that's out number 2, and it goes as a caught stealing from 2-6. So the Astros lose a base runner, and the count's 2-2 on Conger with 2 outs in the inning now.
But you've got to try it. If you're Jonathan VR, you've got to give it an effort.
Down at the bottom of the order, a stolen base would have been very big. Fly ball left field. Melky Cabrera with the catch to send this game to extra innings, tied at 3. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Josh Fields is in the game for the Astros. He'll be pitcher number 7 for them. Luke Gregerson worked a hitless 9th inning with a walk and 2 punch outs, not allowing a run. Josh Fields 2-0 with a 0.77 ERA, and opposing batters are 2 for their last 22.
And he's off to a rough start. Wow. Electric fastball at hammer. We actually saw a couple changeups out there in Baltimore, which were pretty good.
11 games this month, 3 hits allowed in 10 1/3 innings, no runs, with 2 walks and 18 strikeouts. On Wednesday at Baltimore, he worked an inning and a third, scoreless ball, retired all 4 batters he faced, 2 of them via the strikeout route. Alexei Ramirez, with ball 1 bouncing past him, is up here in the 10th inning, leading it off. Ramirez has a double and a walk tonight. White Sox are 2-1 in extra frames. The Astros are 3-1. Marisnik a few steps toward left center. The ball is in the air to right center. Marisnik and Springer gets there. 1 out.
Take a look at those relief pitchers. Some of those guys coming out of the bullpen. Pat Neshek been doing it all year long. Got that funky delivery, great fastball, slider. We saw the changeup today at 65 miles an hour. But Luke Gregerson putting that closer's role, taking the bull by the horns and made it happen for the Houston Astros. So nice having those guys at the back end of that bullpen.
Gordon Beckham takes a breaking pitch. There's ball one to Beckham. This pitch hit sacrifice fly, gave the White Sox their second run in the 5th inning. They led 2-1 when he delivered. And then he hit a homer in the 8th inning to tie it 3-3 off Chad Qualls. 2-0 to Beckham, who was a first-round draft choice of the Sox. Beckham's now 28. He was drafted as the 8th player taken in the 08 draft. Born in Atlanta. He went to the University of Georgia. His father, Gordon, was a quarterback in South Carolina. 2 balls, 1 strike. In 09, he was the Sporting News Rookie of the Year in the American League. 14 homers, 63 runs batted in for the White Sox. And that still ranks as his top RBI season. 3 balls, 1 strike to Beckham. White Sox signed him as a free agent in January. He had been traded by the Sox to the Angels last August. Carter to his left. I was going to toss it, and then he took it.
Good deep.
Yeah. It was a good deep.
He's got busy down there, hadn't he?
Yeah. He had to get over quickly to his left to field that roller. He made 3 plays on the 3 outs in the 6th inning. And another play on Shuck's grounder in the 8th. And then on LaRoche in the 9th. He has had a lot of chances. Shuck coming up now 0 for 3 with a walk as he bats in the 10th inning. Risnick is moving a few steps more toward left center. There's ball 1. The Astros will have Marisnick, Springer, and Altuve due up in the last of the 10th. 3:10 start tomorrow. Dallas Keuchel pitching for Houston against Jose Quintana. It's 2-0.
Between this road trip and tomorrow's game, my alarm clock on my phone has been worn out.
Yeah.
I think we had 7 games on that road trip, 5 different start times.
Amazing you guys made it to the ballpark every day.
Testing us, Yanni.
It's a test of concentration on game time. And then you guys had a little delay in returning here, right?
Oh, yep.
What happened?
Well, we had a drizzle delay in to the start of the game on, good grief, what's today? It was Wednesday? Yeah, thank you. And so we got an hour and a 15-minute delay on that. Then our plane couldn't get into Baltimore, so we had a 2-hour delay just sitting underneath the stadium waiting for the plane to get to Baltimore.
That's fun.
Oh, yeah. Get to know each other real well on those nights.
Shuck takes it to out walk, and now it's Flowers coming up. What do you guys talk about when you're sitting there for 2 hours?
Everybody was pretty much glaring at each other, looking and seeing if anybody had any snacks, bottle of water, keeping up on Twitter. All kinds of fun stuff, Brownie. We don't have to talk to anybody. We had phones.
That's true. No conversation required anymore.
We just say, you know, send tweets at everybody on the bus.
And back many years ago, you were forced to talk.
Oh. Those are some rough times.
Flowers is 0 for 4. He fouls it for strike 1. He started out catching, but then moved to first base when Abreu left with an injury. And what about the Sox? You guys got back late, but you had a day off.
Yeah.
Sox played a doubleheader on the road yesterday.
Could always be worse, right?
It could always be worse.
My, oh my. How many double headers have you called?
Not many. Runner going, the throw to Altuve right there on the money to get him. And Shuck is thrown out as Conger gets his first of the year. It's a caught stealing from 2-4. Coming up for the Astros in the bottom of the 10th inning, it's Jake Marisnick. Will he be saying goodbye to one? Or will it be George Springer or Jose Altuve trying to win it in the 10th? In this extra inning affair, fans will get fireworks after the game tonight. 25,957, the paid attendance for this game. Putnam came in the 9th inning, gave up a one-out walk to BR. BR was caught stealing, so he faced only 3 batters. He's back out for the 10th. And then Shuck was caught stealing in the top of the 10th, so both teams have tried the running game unsuccessfully here in the late innings. Marisnick with a fly ball to right and 2 punch-outs, trying to get something started here. Fouls that one off his leg. There's strike 1 for Putnam. Josh Hamilton has made a big splash for the Texas Rangers tonight, Plummer, with a couple of home runs.
Saw that. Seems to be a little more comfortable out there in that humid air at Dallas.
They beat the Red Sox tonight 7-4. The Rangers just 1 game under 500 now, 24-25. If they get Hamilton back hitting close to the way he hit when he was with them before,
could you imagine?
Quite a different team, isn't it?
Absolutely changes that whole offensive dynamic.
Blue Jays beat the Twins 6-4. 1 and 2, and again that split finger is a factor here for Putnam.
He has got it working.
Cardinals shut out the Dodgers 3-0. Cardinals are 32-16. Grounded foul when Adam Wainwright went down. A lot of people wondered what they would do to try to fill in for him. Now Matt Adams has gone down. It's going to get interesting. Cardinals just plug somebody else in and they keep going, don't they?
It's amazing, yeah. I think the baseball gods are trying to test him a little bit and they keep answering the call.
That will go foul. Still 1 and 2 to Marisnick.
Thought he had him, Brownie.
Yeah. His fans were hoping for fireworks soon.
Split finger again. Great job by the guys in the truck getting a visual on that. But that was the hanger. It stayed up just a little bit, just tailed inside, and he got a little quick.
That one goes into the Sox dugout. That Cardinal shutout came from John Lackey with 7 innings. Segrist and Rosenthal. Rosenthal got his 14th save. Mark Reynolds playing first base for St. Louis tonight. In the air foul. Flowers over. Still 1 and 2 as Marisnick battles.
Putnam is relentless with his split finger.
You pretty much know what's coming, don't you?
Well, that's what amazes me is that you see that pitch speed that often. Yeah, he's got some good depth on it, but you're seeing a pitch at that same speed over and over. The one that does hang might get ripped.
He struck him out. For 2 for Putnam. Here's Josh Hamilton tonight with 2 home runs against the Red Sox.
Got to be a welcome sight for Ranger fans. Knuckleballer on the mound?
Yeah, it might be. Let me check.
Some slow pitch softball going in there, just getting hammered out of there.
That was a slow one.
Now, if Josh Hamilton starts turning around 93, 94 mile an hour fastballs, then watch out.
George Springer's 0 for 4. 0-1 to Springer. Yes, Stephen Wright, the knuckleballer, is pitching for Boston tonight.
Not the comedian?
Correct. And both of Hamilton's homers came off Stephen Wright. Big cut by Springer, and it's a 1-ball, 1-strike count.
See one of those hanging splits and have George try and knock down the Sitco sign out there in center.
That one bounces to George. It's a 2-ball, 1-strike count. Springer at home. This game began was a 186 hitter with 4 home runs. Three and 1. Imagine now the Rangers making a run with Josh Hamilton and battling the Angels among other teams in the AL West without Josh Hamilton. That could get interesting.
Sure could. Think about the Angels lost Howie Kendrick and Josh Hamilton in that lineup.
Springer works a walk. He has 11 steals in 12 tries. Second walk for Putnam and for White Sox pitching tonight. Altuve bats. He's 2 for 4. VR tried the steal and he was thrown out in the 9th inning. Now we get a mound visit.
Putnam wanted no part of George Springer. His prodigious power in this ballpark at Minute Maid didn't really leave many options for Putnam to try and go after George Springer. Opting to take his chances with Springer on first and Altuve at the plate.
Dan Jennings is the lefty and Hector Noesi the right-hander for the Sox. Don Cooper has made a few mound visits tonight. White Sox brought the 13th best ERA in the American into this game tonight. But they've given up 1 earned run. Springer 11 for 12 in steals. Astros as a team at 42 steals and 55 tries. Third baseman Beckham even with the bag for Altuve, and the throw goes to first. Preston Tucker's on deck.
See a little run and hit action. George taking off, put his head down, steal a base, but if Altuve gets a pitch he likes, let him hack.
Good call. Putnam fires the ball to first. Springer back in. Putnam worked hard to keep VR close. And Soto threw him out trying to steal in the 9th inning.
You were thinking the same thing I was. He's shown he's got a real good move. He's quick to home plate, so it'll be tough. But as a base runner, sometimes you can peek in there and see if you can pick up a sign from the catcher. Maybe you see that him going to that split finger. That, number one, that makes it tough for him to pick off the first base. And second, it's a good pitch to run on because it might be in the dirt.
Excellent point. That one almost hit Altuve. 1-0. When he gets that grip, the split finger, the ball's in the glove. So then he has to get his regular grip before he throws it to first, right?
Yeah, he's got to adjust that grip before he goes over. Exactly.
Is that something you can see as a base runner? Can you see him adjusting that grip?
You can only see it at second base. Sometimes you can peek into the guy's glove, but if you can peek in and see Soto's signs and see him put down a split finger sign, then you can have a chance to guess a little bit.
Altuve takes the ball. It's 2-0 now. If Springer's going to go, I think he'll be here.
I still think it's a situation like, I think it's a good call to have him go. Pitcher's got to be focusing on the hitter and Altuve, but again, a 2-0 count would be a good pitch for Altuve to hit possibly. Grounded foul.
2 balls, 1 strike. Kansas City beat the Cubs 8-4 in Chicago. Royals slightly behind the Astros for the best record in the American League. So are the Twins.
That'll be a good matchup.
Yes, it would be. Springer draws another throw. 2-1 is also a good running count. Let's see this Escobar homer for Kansas City, as did Alex Gordon and Salvador Perez. Springer started and stopped. He had a little stutter step there. Now 3-1.
See, guessed right, just hesitated just a hair because Putnam didn't go straight to home plate.
And the throw to first drives him back again. Quite a cat and mouse game here. Getting him to second with 1 out could be a whole different fabric to the inning. But Putnam has been working very hard to prevent that from happening. Altuve takes a walk, and Springer is at second with 1 out. Back-to-back walks, and perhaps all the throws to first, perhaps the concern with Springer have affected his command. Ventura wants a different arm. With lefty hitting, Preston Tucker due up next. He's had Jennings in the bullpen. That's it for Putnam. Facing 6 batters tonight. Zach Duke is the other bullpen lefty. Ventura with his club tied 3-3 here in the 10th. We'll call in Jennings and we'll be right back. Losses of Dan Jennings. He'll be batting with 1 out, 2 men on. Jennings 0-1 with a 6.75 ERA, and lefties are hitting .324 against this left-hander.
That's interesting, Brownie. Got Preston Tucker up there to swing the bat pretty good against left-handers from what we've seen.
Yes, he does.
So we'll look and see what he's done against Carlos Rodon, a left-handed pitcher. Had the first baseman playing in, chopped it in a perfect position. And he got himself a fastball out over the plate, goes with it. What you love about this play is the hustle from the young man. The desire to get into second base, and he accomplished his task. Now he has a chance to win it. We've seen him get a couple of game-tying hits. First hit was a game-tying base hit. First home run was a game-tying home run. All kinds of firsts.
Now with 2 men on, he bats for the 5th time in this game. So 1 for 3 against Rodon. Against lefties this year, he is now 7 for 17.
Wow.
Fly ball behind third base, and it's looking like a foul ball, and Beckham gets chased, but it's just out of his reach. See that a long, long way. Evan Gattis on deck. Dan Jennings, 28 years old, from Berkeley, California, went to the University of Nebraska. He was traded by the former general manager of the Marlins, Dan Jennings, who is now their manager, to the White Sox last winter for Andre Rienzo. Avoiding confusion, had those two stayed together in the Marlins organization.
You got me with that one.
Yeah. Springer off second, representing the potential winning run and drawing some attention there.
Good thing Bob Davidson wasn't here.
Bob called a balk the other day.
Oh, with authority, too.
That fake throw to third base.
Yep, can no longer do that.
Tucker tried to check his swing, and he did. The appeal went down to Rob Drake. It's 1-1.
Get a great look at it. Another slider from Jennings. Right on that borderline. Youngster getting benefit of the doubt.
Popped up. Beckham comes in. Infield fly is called. 2 outs. And Evan Gattis will be the batter. He's looking over the White Sox bench to see if they'll make a pitching change. And they will stay with Jennings, apparently.
Yeah, we saw Hector Noesi in the bullpen getting loose, right-handed pitcher. Well, at least it's going to warrant a talk from the pitching coach, Cooper.
Gary Pettis, the third base coach, also talks with George Springer during this stoppage of play. Gattis singled his first 2 times. He is 2 for 4. Chris Carter's on deck. Gattis has been the big RBI guy in the last month for the Astros. He's driven in 30. He leads the club. 29 runs batted in the last 30 games for Gattis to lead the American League over that span. In May, he's 5th in the league in runs batted in with 21.
Caveman loves him some RBIs.
Oh, yeah. 2 for 4 in this game. That makes him 10 for his last 20. He's
been pretty vocal about the fact that he goes up there wanting to swing the bat. especially in these situations.
Springer was edging further off second base. That caught the eye of Jennings. And there was a long delay. Gaddis calling time. Springer trying to get every advantage he can get in his lead off second. Gaddis looks at it, and it's ball one.
Saw some good sliders to Preston Tucker. He got him to pop up. Jennings did. He's got a good slider fastball. Basically a two-pitch pitcher.
Well, his strand rate last year, he stranded 88% of the runners he inherited. So that was terrific last season. With a ground ball foul. Takes the count to 1-1. Jennings pitched yesterday, giving up 1 run, 1 inning in game 2 of the doubleheader. Reason to stay with him against the right-handed hitter because of a 184 batting average that Jennings has held right-handed hitters to this year. For his career, they've hit .229 against him. Foul ball, and it's 1-2. Astros went 7-2 on their last homestand. Gaddis takes ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Soto scrambling. Keeping Springer at second base. Baltimore beat Tampa Bay 2-1 Orioles tonight. What did you think of the Birds?
I wasn't fearful of them, to be honest with you. I know that Chris Davis has started to swing the bat a little bit better, but at the time I was not overly impressed. I know they've got some good sticks, but they didn't dazzle me by any means.
Struck him out. That is the 10th inning with no runs, no hits, 2 men stranded, and it's 3-3 through 10. feed your wild side. 3-3 game. Your wild side might be wondering how this game is going to be won. We go to the 11th inning. White Sox and the Astros are tied. They've been tied since the Gordon Beckham 8th inning homer off Chad Qualls and made it 3-3. Josh Fields, pitcher number 7 for the Astros, faces Tyler Flowers here in the 11th inning. And throws strike one. Flowers is 0 for 4. Fields faced only 3 batters in the 10th. Astro bullpen came into play starting in the 5th inning with 1 out tonight.
Wow. 0-2. That's a tough way to go down 0-2.
Yes, it is.
Facing a guy throwing 95s, breaks off a first pitch breaking ball, and then paints the outside corner.
Well, Josh is really having a fine year. The jam shot foul ball keeps the count at 0-2. He got a little bit of a late start to it because of the groin injury from spring training, but he's come out of the bullpen firing.
There was a lot of concern in Detroit when he took that line drive off the knee, too. Didn't look good, but rebounded rather nicely.
Swing and a miss on a curve in the dirt. He struck him out. 1 out, and Flowers is retired.
See how he brings that index finger up and keeps that middle finger on it, creating that spin. All the emphasis is on that middle finger, gripping that ball on the seam, pulling straight down with it.
Sanchez is up. He's 1 for 4. Fields with the fastball, falls behind him, 1-0. White Sox have not had a hit since that Beckham leadoff 8th inning homer. They've had 6 hits in the game. They've stranded 10. They've left the bases loaded a couple of times. It's 2 balls, no strikes, so it's an endurance test tonight.
For all of us.
Well, you know, in the White Sox, coming from that doubleheader, they flew from Toronto to Baltimore, played 2 games in 1 day, came to Houston.
Yeah, could you imagine the Astros pull this win out, go through their bullpen, go through the White Sox bullpen to do it? You still have 2 more games in this series. Makes that guy's job pretty tough down there in the dugout.
You know it does. 3-0 now. Sanchez takes a 4-pitch walk. Sanchez has not attempted a steal this season. A.J. Hinch will make a move. Tony Sepp has been warming up in the pen. Lefty hitting Eaton and then Cabrera. 2 up next, so Fields will leave after 1 1/3 innings. And he had a couple of walks. Tony Sepp will be in shortly with the score 3-3 in the 11th. An interested spectator watching. Is that what all the Sox fans do, Plummer?
Not entirely sure. That's a first for me.
Tony Sipp in 18 games, 2-2 with a 1.53 ERA and a whip below 1. 2 home runs allowed, and they've come in his last 2 outings. They both won games as he absorbed those 2 losses, one in Detroit in the 11th inning and one in Baltimore 5-4. So a chance for him to get back on track here as he faces Adam Eaton in the 11th.
Still good numbers for Tony Sipp. I actually appreciate the fact of how he handled himself after those last 2 rough outings. Stood up there in front of the media, answered all their questions. Gives you a good idea of what his character is.
Eaton is 0 for 3. He's been hit by pitches twice in the game. Yeah, that's part of the job, but not everybody does it, right?
Some guys will get upset, run away, not face it, but Tony Sipp is a stand-up guy. Answered all the questions.
You know, Brad Lidge did that after giving up that homer to Albert Pujols here in the playoffs in 05.
That's a tough part about being in the bullpen.
Showing body takes it in. That goes to 1-1 on Eaton.
And you get kind of spoiled because you rattled off the numbers that Tony Sipp has, and they're fantastic. And he's done a great job since being an Astro. It's just a couple of bad pitches, and that's what's left in your memory banks. But thank goodness they don't judge you on 1 or 2 outings. They judge you on the whole body of work, and he's been pretty good.
As he said, I have a short memory. That's a good thing for a reliever. Cabrera's on deck. Fouled off his leg. 1-2 to Eaton. Yeah, but that's the difficult part, is standing at the locker and explaining. And it's not only one explanation. There are waves of media people who come in after a playoff game, in the case of Brad Lidge, or a big game, and it's just not one explanation only, right?
No, somebody will ask the question, somebody will get creative and ask the same question a different way, and somebody will just do a repeat question. You're trying to figure out different ways to answer it. Ultimately, guys get pretty frustrated and just say, look, I blew it. Let's move on.
Soft fly ball into right center field. Springer will pick it up on a bounce. It's a hit. And Eaton is aboard. That takes his hitting streak to 5 games. Runners at first and second for Cabrera with 1 out now. Looked as if Springer was wondering whether he should lay out for it or not, but he couldn't have gotten it.
Slider catching a little too much of the plate. It did look like George was going to give it an effort. Sometimes on these soft little floaters, you can give it a shot. It's still just too far away to even think about it.
Now Cabrera. Melky 0 for 5. And he went. There's strike 1. Cabrera is hitting only .073 as a right-handed batter. The switch hitters had 41 at-bats from this side of the plate and 3 hits. To that one for strike 2.
Pretty good sample size.
It is.
3 at-bats.
Yeah.
Ooh, look at Tony split.
Tony split. And with that leg kick and the way he jumps at the hitter, that makes it a little bit tougher to hit that off-speed stuff too.
Yeah.
1-2.
Keep going off the edges. See if we can get him to chase.
Right-handed hitters have a 152 average against Sipp. Giovanni Soto's on deck. A good part of rescue by Conger, who had to reach way out to his right to snag that one. 2-2.
Catchers have to have range too. Ball just took off.
Colorado beat the Phillies 4-1. Chad Bettis the winner over Cole Hamels. It was a two-hitter. Bettis and John Axford. In the dirt. Now 3-2. It was 0-2 on Cabrera. Now Sip is going to need to make a pitch here. He was struck out 17 times in 188 at bats. Out. 2 down.
Great job by Tony grinding through this at bat. Couldn't get Melky to fish at any of these pitches. He comes back and throws a better one right here to get the punch out 3-2 with that split finger. Great job by executing. Not done yet.
Giovanni Soto walked in the 9th inning. Strike one to Soto. Abreu left with an injury to his finger, and Soto came in to do the catching while Flowers moved from the catching position to first base. Now it's 1-1. Sanchez the runner at second. Joe McEwing is the third base coach for the White Sox. He was quite a handyman in his day.
Super Joe. Some big hits with the Mets.
Fly ball right field, backs up Springer. Long run for Springer. And this one flies over his head off the wall. 1 run home. A second run coming in. And the White Sox have the lead 5-3 on a 2-run double by Soto.
Finding himself in some tough situations where the game is on the line. This was a fastball out over the plate. Soto getting extended, able to drive it over Springer's head. First glance, it looked like George is playing relatively shallow. But that was the first base hit by the White Sox with a runner in scoring position. Now 1 for 7 on the day.
LaRoche is the batter. There's ball 1 to him with David Robertson, the White Sox closer, warming up now. LaRoche 0 for 4 with a walk. White Sox led it in the 5th 2-1, but then the Astros grabbed a 3-2 lead in the 6th. Now Chicago back in front for the first time since the 6th. And Robertson is tuning it up. 1-1 the count. Soto has the big hit to give them a 2-run lead. Two balls and a strike. We can close the book on Fields now. 1 1/3 innings. No hit. 1 run. 2 walks. 1 strikeout. Chop foul. 2-2. So as of right now, Josh on the hook for this one. The Astros will try to score in the bottom of the 11th. Carter, Valbuena, Villar due up and change that 5-3 score.
Also got left-handed hitters Colby Rasmus, Jason Castro.
Foul ball. Arizona beat Milwaukee 7-5. D-backs. Ground ball hit through the right side. And here's Soto coming to the plate. 6-3. LaRoche delivers an RBI single. That's his 21st run batted in. End of the inning to go with a walk. Alexi Ramirez has a double. He's 1 for 4 with a walk. It's 9 hits now for the Sox, tying the Astros total. Line drive caught by Valbuena in the 11th. The White Sox break the tie with 3 runs on 3 hits. They leave a man. They're up 6-3. Formerly with the Yankees, and he was 39 for 44 in saves with the Yankees last year. Adam LaRoche now will play first base as the DH position is lost for the White Sox, but Robin Ventura goes with his glove man at first with the 3-run lead. Robertson 9 for 12 with the White Sox after signing the big 4-year $46 million deal with them as a free agent.
Yeah, it's a big one. Check out that middle number on the road, 1-1 with a 5.19. Focus on that. Focus on these Astros bats. Trying to get a good pitch to hit. Robertson's going to feature fastball. Ready for this? 90 miles an hour. He's got a cutter at 92. Curveball and a changeup to go with it.
How does that happen?
I'm not quite sure.
Never seen a cutter harder than a fastball, have you?
No.
Oh well.
He's got a bad case of Mariano Rivera-itis.
LaRoche is the first baseman, the third different player used at that position by Robin Ventura tonight. Chris Carter has 2 career homers off David Robertson. Carter has 2 hits and a sac fly tonight. That's strike 1. Dan Jennings at 2/3 of an inning allowed no hits, no runs, had a strikeout. Putnam in 1 1/3 innings, no hits, no runs, 3 walks, 2 strikeouts. It's 0-2 to Carter with Valbuena and Villar to follow. Robertson is tied for first in relief, wins with 4. He gets a punch out, 1 out. It's the 11th strikeout for White Sox pitchers tonight. Matt Holliday has reached base in 45 straight games this year. Clint Perkins 18 for 18 in saves. He lost tonight though. Cashner is not so hot. Despite a good ERA, he's 2 and 7.
How does that happen? You gotta go talk to your offensive coordinator.
Exactly. Luis Valbuena looks at ball 1. He is 0 for 4 tonight. VR on deck. Inside for a ball, make it 2-0.
Astros just looking for base runners. Get as many guys on base as you can. Because you know if they could just get 2 on, there's a good chance they have of driving the ball out of the ballpark.
2-1. Tomorrow at 3:10 tomorrow, it's Dallas Keuchel and Jose Quintana. And if you're coming out, bring some food items, non-perishables, for the food drive to help victims of the flood. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Canned goods or other non-perishable food items. There are also some Astros prizes. You can purchase a raffle ticket. Hopefully win one of those. Ground ball, Alexi Ramirez in front of it. 2 down. Dallas Keuchel shoots for win number 7. Jose Quintana, fellow lefty, opposes him. He's 2 and 5. And Sunday at 12:30 for the pregame show, it's Roberto Hernandez and John Danks.
Good guy to have going tomorrow for the Houston Astros. A couple of pitches left up out of the plate there in Camden Yards. Haunted him a little bit, but I'm sure he's anxious to grab that baseball and be out there tomorrow.
Jonathan VR has a double and a walk tonight. And Conger's on deck. Robertson with ball 1 falls behind him. Robertson's the only pitcher in Major League history to average 10 strikeouts per 9 innings in each of his first 7 years. Liner over shortstop into left center field. VR's aboard with his second hit of the game. Gets Hank Conger to the plate, and Jason Castro comes out with a bat to pinch hit for Marisnik if it goes that far.
Still a heartbeat.
Conger's 0 for 4. Robertson's from Birmingham, Alabama, and went to the University of Alabama. The Yankees drafted him in 2006 in the 17th round. He delivers strike 1. It couldn't have been easy to take over for Mariano Rivera, but he had an exceptionally good season last year. Ball on the infield. Sanchez underneath. And the White Sox have won this one in 11, 6-3. They got the Beckham homer in the 8th to tie it. They got a 2-run double from Soto and an RBI single from LaRoche in the 11th. Chicago captures the opener of this 3-game series, 6-3 in 11.